Good morning. I would like to call to order the Interim Finance Committee. This is the 8th IFC meeting of the 25-26 interim. Welcome to everyone joining us here in Las Vegas, in Carson City and online. I would like to thank the committee members who had to travel to be here with us today. And I would like to thank all of the legislators who are substituting for legislators who could not be here today. I appreciate you jumping in and taking the time to do this. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Assembly Member Anderson.
Present.
Assembly Member Backus.
Present.
Assembly Member Brown May.
Here.
Assembly Member Cole for Assembly Member Dickman. Here. Assembly Member Considine for Assembly Member Yeager.
Present.
Assembly Member Gonzalez for Assembly Member Watts. Assembly Member Hafen.
Here.
Assembly Member Hibbets.
Here.
Assembly Member Hunt for Assembly Member Howdegi.
Here.
Assembly Member Moore for Assembly Member Torres Fawcett.
Here.
Assembly Member Mosca.
Here.
Assembly Member O'Neill. Assembly Member Patchett for Assembly Member Koenig.
Here.
Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Here.
Senator Lang for Senator Canizaro.
Here.
Senator Neal.
Here.
Senator Wynn.
Here.
Senator Rogich for Senator Buck. Senator Steinbeck. Senator Taylor.
Present.
Senator Titus.
Here.
Chair Dondera Loop.
And I am here. Thank you very much. Please mark Senator Rogich and any members. I think everybody else is here, present as they arrive. Before we go into today's agenda, I would like to remind all of you to please turn off or mute your electronic devices. And second, for those of you that may be giving testimony, please remember to state your name and spell for the record. And if you have a card, please hand that to the secretary. If you are presenting or giving public comment, please make sure you have also signed in on the sign-in sheet. And lastly, I do plan on taking a lunch break, of course, somewhere around noon, but certainly we will know what time when we get closer to that particular hour. We'll move on to the first agenda item, and that is public comment. And with this first period of public comment, there will also be a second period at the end of the day. If you are calling into the line, please dial 888-475-4499. When prompted for the meeting ID, please enter 833-4664-8367 and then press pound. When prompted for the participant ID, just press pound. The call-in information is also on the agenda for anybody listening if they need that again. I'll begin with public comment here in Las Vegas. Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment? Please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Michael English. I am very interested to hear the district's presentation today to raise the AB 398 funding to $45 million for next year. I am wondering if this extra money is intended to provide back pay to myself and the many other educators who were wrongfully denied that payment this year. CCSD appears to be running a classic bait and switch scheme. They incentivize educators to transfer into struggling high vacancy schools under the promise of a contractually mandated $5,000 stipend. Then the payment gets pushed back until late April, and just days before payouts began, the district invented unwritten, unnegotiated definitions to disqualify itinerant special education teachers like myself and countless other educators who teach at the vacancy threshold schools. When I tried to raise this issue at a meeting in this room on May 26th, Superintendent Ebert and HR Director Triana directly approached me and promised that my arbitrary and wrongful exclusion from this bonus was being resolved in my favor. Because of that, I decided not to give my speech that day. Unfortunately, that promise ended up being completely empty as they pulled a 180 and formally denied me a week later. It sure feels like that was deceptive and meant to suppress transparency and pacify my testimony. Because of these and other failures, I escalated this to the state level and filed a prohibited practice complaint with the Nevada EMRB this week against both CCSD and CCEA. I urge this committee to figure out what is happening with the surplus from this year's current AB 398 funding, because if only 4,516 employees are being paid, there is a large surplus. And also look into why they are inventing loopholes to starve frontline educators at high-need schools of the retention funds we deserve and qualify for. Please review my detailed written submissions and reach out to me so we can discuss this further. Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Good morning. My name is Mary Clark, and I am a certified teacher librarian at Manch Elementary School, which was one of the schools that met the high vacancy threshold for the past 2 years. I was given the retention bonus last year, but I was told this year that I'm being denied the bonus because I no longer qualify for it. And I guess I have some similar questions that Mr. English had as to, how we reach this situation. And I guess what I'd like to request is that the committee asks the school to provide, or the district to provide, a school by school fiscal accounting of the AB 398 retention funds already distributed, because the numbers aren't matching up. And I was told in November, when I actually read it on a chat group of librarians, that, oh no, you're not getting a bonus. None of us are this year. And I asked my building rep, and she said, no, that's not true. We're supposed to get it in early December. Well, then that changed because they didn't get approved in time or whatever. But in any event, I told her, I said, well, I read this in my chat group. I can't, say it's absolute fact, but they're a pretty reliable group. Can you ask our union if that's true or not? And the next week she had a union rep show up at our school, and they had a meeting, and I asked there, and they said, yes, it's true. You're no longer eligible. But I feel like the ratified contract language explicitly separates how the public funds are to be spent, and at a standard Title I school, the $5,000 hard-to-fill stipend is restricted solely to core subject teachers. However, the designated vacancy threshold schools, which my school is one of them, the highest need schools, the language intentionally widens, and the state and states that anybody who spends a majority of their assigned duties teaching students in a classroom qualifies. This was a deliberate legislative and contractual mechanism to flood struggling schools with retention support, explicitly covering vital frontline educators like librarians, PE teachers, music specialists, and more. And I guess I'd like to note that I feel like I helped them. I did my part with the vacancy threshold, and to be denied that bonus when I had to give up 4 out of 5 prep periods a week. I had 1 hour a week of prep time. The rest of the time, I'm being told I'm not in a classroom, I'm in a library. But I have 50 minutes a day with students throughout the day, from the beginning of the day till the end of the day, with the exception of a 30-minute lunch period, except one day a week I do get 1 hour of prep. So I feel like I'm contributing to, making up for this shortage. And I do teach classes in the library. It's, they're there for 50 minutes, and it does not take 50 minutes for the few that are eligible to check out a book to do so. And I have tied my lessons to the curriculum at the various grade levels and met with the teachers and said, hey, wait, what areas could I work on in here that would help reinforce areas they're having troubles with in the classroom? And I've measured progress and whatnot. So I feel like they have changed the language, and I don't feel like they've legally done it because we had a bargain contract and there's no memorandum of understanding where they can do
And I
that.
want to thank you very much for your time today. Thank you. Any additional public comment here in Las Vegas? All right, we will go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City for public comment? Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Adler with Silver State Government Relations, but today with you as the project manager for Vitality Unlimited's ARPA project. And I want to express my gratitude that in item F1, you will see your, Governor's Finance Office requests your concurrence with an additional allocation that was made to our Vitality Unlimited project. I want to thank Director Greenmeyer deeply and her staff who have been terrific to work with, and all of you who have been supporters of this project. We are going vertical very soon. Our foundation was poured on Friday. We're making great progress, and we are deeply appreciative of your assistance in creating this permanent substance use disorder treatment facility. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Chair Dondera Loop and Interim Committee. My name is AJ Fueling. I'm the superintendent from the Carson City School District, also the incoming president for the Nevada Association of School Superintendents. NAS wants to ask for your support and consideration to give funding to the Education Service Center item. This is something, these intermediate educational agencies are something that are very common across the United States. I believe 39 states have something similar. They offer a lot of value to school districts. Excuse me. In our case, we the Nevada Department of Education, we know the level of staffing to offer a great deal of support in all areas simply is not there. There's ever more layers of law and education, and they have to deal with executing and on much of that. We get support from RPDPs very much on the curricular and instructional side of things, but there is certainly a hole when it comes to the operational side of schools and things like support on the fiscal services side, the HR side, things of that nature, things that have put several districts in the news for not good reasons. And so NAS strongly supports any kind of funding to meet the requests of the Education Service Center. Thank you.
And thank you so much for being here with us today. Any additional comments there in Carson City? Not seeing any heads. ABH, we'll go to the phone lines.
To provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. To repeat, if you would like to provide public comment, please press *9. Chair, we have no callers wishing to provide comment at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, before we move into the next, we'll go into agenda items C and D, approval of the minutes. We will consider these jointly. Members, beginning on page 7 in volume 1 of the meeting packet are the draft minutes for June 18th, 2025 and August 13th for 2025 meetings of the IFC. Unless there are any suggestions for edits or corrections to the minutes, I'll accept a motion to approve the minutes for these 2 meetings.
Move to approve. Second.
Thank you, Assembly Vice Chair Monroe Moreno and Senator Wynn. And is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we'll move into item E, the ARPA report. This is informational only. So we'll have reports on the American Rescue Plan Act, coronavirus, state fiscal recovery funds. And we'll begin with E1, which will be presented by Ms. Crockett. And Ms. Crockett, thank you very much. And please begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Dondera Loop, Monroe Moreno, and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, Kathy Crockett with the Fiscal Analysis Division of the Legislative Council Bureau. I will walk through agenda item E1, the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund Obligations, and remaining unobligated balance, and summarize the work program requests submitted for consideration today by the committee. The table has been provided as a separate handout outside of the meeting packets. Members should have both electronic and hard copies. It is also available on the committee meeting website listed under agenda item E1. At the top of page 1 is a high-level summary displaying actual expenditures for fiscal years 22 through 25 and amounts currently authorized, inclusive of requests before the committee today, and the remaining unobligated balance. If all requests submitted for consideration today are approved, there would be approximately $18,000 available for reobligation. This number is less than the amount that the Governor's Finance Office has identified for potential reallocation. I believe this is due to timing of reconciliation efforts and pending work program alignments. I will defer to their presentation to clarify and address any possible projects being considered to direct savings to. As a reminder, in general, ARPA funds can be repurposed after the December 31st, 2024 reobligation deadline, so long as the project that will receive the reobligated funds is an eligible project under the ARPA program rules, and the project incurred an obligation as defined by the Federal Treasury by December 31st, 2024. With minor exceptions for administrative efforts, any remaining funding must be expended by December 31st, 2026. The table generally lists program descriptions and amounts in chronological order based on the budgetary approval date. Revisions or updates to the existing rows following the April IFC meeting have been identified in red text. Beginning on page 27, there are 4 informational items before the committee today under agenda item F that were determined to require expeditious action and have already been approved. These work programs align authority between fiscal years, deobligate funding due to projected savings in the broadband project, and increases the allocation to the Vitality Unlimited project and Nevada Water Conservation Infrastructure Initiative. Agenda item E includes 2 work programs to align budgetary authority with previously approved funding for the Department of Human Services Lakes Crossing budget account for outpatient services. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that information. And are there any questions on this particular item? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Crockett, and we'll go on to E2, which will be presented by the Governor's Finance Office. Ms. Greenemeyer, are you up north?
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. I'm Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director for the Governor's Finance Office. And here with me is Curtis Palmer, the Deputy Director, and Lisa Galloway is our ARPA Coordinator. With that, I'm going to kick it over to Deputy Director Curtis Palmer to go through it, walk us through the spreadsheet.
Good morning, committee members. I am Curtis Palmer, Deputy Director for the Governor's Finance Office, for the record. As stated, I'll present the Statement of American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds. The GFO ARPA State Fiscal Recovery Funds report breaks the details into 3 separate tables. The list of open projects, projects with spending less than 70%, and a closed list of projects. As you're aware, we're in the final 6.5 months countdown to spend the ARPA State Fiscal Recovery Funds by December 31st, 2026. The GFO ARPA team requires reporting from subrecipients to provide a spend plan and project status report on all active projects due prior to each IFC meeting. The information is outlined in the tables provided. Open projects table detail pages 1 through 5. On the top right side of page 1, a table was added showing 393 ARPA awards have been issued. 73.54%, or 289 projects, are closed, and approximately 26.46%, or 104 projects, are open and active. The left side of page 1 continues to provide a high-level summary displaying the actual expenditures for state fiscal year 2022 through 2025 and expenditures to date for state fiscal year 2026, reflecting approximately 84% of the $2.7 billion has been reimbursed as of June 10th, 2026. The balance remaining for state fiscal year 2026-2027 is approximately $437.5 million. Below the upper table is a list of active open projects listed in order by agency number. The first column is the LCB number that corresponds to Ms. Crockett's report to cross-reference for projects on the GFO table. The yellow highlighted columns, I through L, are a snapshot in time as of June 10th, 2026, based on the GFO grant declining balance ledgers, payments that were processed through our office. The orange highlighted columns M through O summarize expenditure projections provided by the subrecipients. Savings identified during the data collection of project status reports and spend plans have been confirmed with subrecipient for each project. Listed in column N, this column is further color-coded to break out specific actions before you today as listed in columns N through O, in rows 18 through 20. For your information, yellow is new savings identified from spend plans, green is pending closeout, and blue identifies information items found on agenda item F. Less than 70% spending concerns table is on pages 6 through 8. This table is listed in ascending order, beginning with 0% spent at the top. Column L is current spending percentage, with column N showing the progress made since the April IFC. 10 projects were added to the list for being 70% or less spent. The project status was provided directly by subrecipients. Information was collected as part of the data collection spend plan reports on June 10th, 2026. Closed projects table detail on pages 9 through 25 is a list of all finalized and closed out projects. While most of the remaining funds seem to be progressing towards the goal of fully spending funds, these few projects, less than 70% spent, are a concern. Although the Governor's Finance Office cannot forcefully take back funds, we are actively encouraging subrecipients to closely evaluate their capacity to utilize these funds within the established timelines and consider volunteering to return funds that cannot realistically be spent. As a matter of information, once an agency tells us they have identified funds to return, we request an immediate submittal of a deobligating work program so that we can begin allocating the funds to projects on the wait list. As a project cycle nears its conclusion, decisions regarding projects are being made rapidly, and circumstances are shifting almost daily. For example, since our report dated June 10th, 2026, the GFO ARPA team has processed and reimbursed another $32 million as of yesterday. For your information, recently there have been circulating rumors and reports from unofficial sources concerning potential changes to the expenditure and closeout periods for the ARPA Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Funds. These changes have not been officially confirmed, and much of the information remains speculative. On Monday, June 15th, 2026, GFO participated in a phone call with the staff of the U.S. Treasury State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds program. During this conversation, the questions surrounding possible modifications to ARPA's expenditure and closeout timelines were discussed. Unfortunately, the Treasury staff was unable to provide definitive answers at that time. They acknowledged our questions were valid and assured us that further clarification and additional information would be provided in future as it becomes available. And this concludes our report. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe we do have a couple of questions. I'll start with Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My question has to do with the first item listed on page 7, which is the Lake Mead Fish Hatchery water supply. It appears that there's a pending to redirect to other ARPA projects. Is that list available for us? Have we already approved it? Does it have to go through a process? In other words, what I'm asking for is, does it have to go through a process of some sort that could, again, get in the way of us being able to utilize this funding?
Tiffany Greenmeyer for the record. No, in the April IFC, I provided a list of ARPA projects that could be funded. There is no process, basically, as what the governor, what we present to the governor for a reallocation to either a project that can use the money, or the other option is going to be picking projects that were funded by general fund and ARPA dollars and pull back the general fund and put those ARPA dollars to the spent general fund.
Okay, follow up if I may?
Please.
Thank you. So just to verify, we've got that list. I think I vaguely remember it. And then that, if that were to be utilized, we would get that update in August. Is that what I'm understanding what you're saying?
Yes, so as the money comes back in, like this time around, we'll do another set of 15-day work programs after this IFC that disperse that money out to other projects. And you'll see that in August.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And additional questions, Senator Nguyen? All right. With that, would you just clarify, did I hear you say that it might allow us to ask for an extension?
Curtis Palmer for the record. No, I'm sorry if I misspoke there. There was some discussion on timeframes changing. However, it was not, the rumors being circulated is not to extend the time, but actually to shorten it.
Thank you very much. So our end date is December 31st, 2026.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And when you said the rumor is to shorten it, do you have any idea of what that shortened date is? What are the rumors about that shortened date?
Thank you for the question, Curtis Palmer. For the record, the date remains December 31st. That has not changed. The rumors are that those funds need to be entirely spent and closed out by December 31st. There would not be an additional closeout period beyond that, which is what we have been anticipating all along. And most of the states have some concerns over this potential new direction. At least that's the rumors that are going around. Again, the Treasury team that we spoke with would not confirm or deny any of that, but said that guidance would be forthcoming.
Thank you for that. So we need to make sure we spend this money as early as possible so that we meet all the guidelines. So when December gets here, we're not in trouble at all.
Curtis Palmer for the record, that is correct.
Okay, with that, thank you very much. And thank you for your time today. We appreciate it. And we'll stay tuned as this goes through the process in the next few months. All right, with that, I will go to items F, G, H, I, and U. And so I'll turn that over to Mr. Thorley, and you may begin when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. Wayne Thorley for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. I will go, as the chair mentioned, I will go over the items on list F, G, H, I, and U that will be pulled for additional discussion during today's committee meeting. Starting on list F, this is informational only. These are 15-day expeditious action work programs that have already been approved but are on the agenda pursuant to Chapter 353 of NRS as informational items. Agenda items F1 and F2 will be heard together. And those two work programs will be heard jointly with agenda item U1A, which is an informational item. And that's it on list F. Moving on to list G. There are no items on list G that have been identified to be pulled for discussion. Moving on to list H. On the first page, agenda items H1, H2, and H3, all from the Office for New Americans. Those will be pulled for discussion and heard jointly. Nothing on page 2 of list H. Moving on to page 3 of list H, items H15, H16, and H17, all from the Office of the State Superintendent. Those will be pulled for discussion and heard together, all three of those. Next, on to page 5 of list H at the bottom. Item H27 from the Governor's Office of Economic Development will be pulled for discussion and will be heard jointly with H29, which is also from GOED, and then H66, which is from the Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation Employment Security Division. So again, that's H27, H29, and H66. All three of those will be pulled for discussion and heard jointly. On to page 6 of list H, H29 that I just mentioned will be heard with those other two items. Then on to page 7. Item H37 from Department of Human Services, Aging Disability Services Division will be pulled for discussion together with several other items. That includes H39, H43, H52, H53, H64. Then on list I, I2, I3, I4, and I5. And then lastly, all those will be heard together with a contingency account request, which is agenda item K2B. Those all are from the Department of Human Services, several of the divisions within there. So if you're looking to determine who should be taking the lead there, I think the Division of Public and Behavioral Health is where the committee has its primary interest. So again, that's H37, 39, 43, 52, 53, 64, I2 through I5, and K2B. Moving on to page 10. The bottom of page 10, item H55 from the Department of Human Services, Division of Social Services. That will be pulled for discussion. On page 13, I already mentioned this, but H66 is being pulled to here with H27 and 29. On to page 15, item H79 from the Nevada Health Authority, Silver State Health Insurance Exchange will be pulled and heard for, have a discussion. On to page 20. We received a revision for items H109 and 110. These revisions were received after the agenda had been posted, so they're not reflected here on the posted list, but I wanted to make the committee aware of them. Both of these work programs relate to a transfer of general fund between fiscal years within the biennium for the Division of Forestry for the Forest Fire Suppression Budget account. The listed amount of $3.1 million it has been changed or revised to $2,073,088. So 073-088 for both 109 and 110. Then on to page 23, there's another revision for item H 124. This revision was also received after the agenda was posted, so it's not reflected on the meeting materials. The transfer amount listed of $304,373 had a small typo. It should be $304,737. So 304,737 instead of 373. And then on page 25, which is the last page of the list H, there are 6 reclassification, position reclassification requests from the Department of Transportation. All 6 of those will be pulled for discussion. That's it for list H. On to list I. As I previously mentioned, items I2, 3, 4, and 5 will all be heard jointly with those several other items on list H and the contingency account request that I previously mentioned. And then on to list U, the last one. This is the informational items list. Item U1A from the Office of Science, Information, and Technology. I mentioned previously that'll be pulled to be heard with agenda items F1 and F2. Item U1B from the Governor's Finance Office will also be pulled and heard. That'll be heard jointly with when the committee gets to item K1, which is a contingency account request. Then item U5C from the Division of Child and Family Services, that'll be pulled for discussion. And then lastly, U7A, which is a notification of permanent closure of 2 conservation camps from the Department of Corrections. That will be pulled for discussion. And that's it for list U. And for all the items, Madam Chair, if anybody has any questions or would like me to restate anything, happy to do that.
Members, are there any additional things from these 5 lists that you would like pulled or any questions on what has been pulled? Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know if I kind of want to pull it, but H81, H82, like if just a quick explanation, like what does that mean when Department of Corrections is saying they deleted basically the 1.8 million from their budgetary transfers to projected shortfalls, and then there's a second deletion? What does that mean? Because that will determine whether or not I want to dig into it.
Thank you, Senator Neal. This is Wayne Thorley for the record. So the Department of Corrections in the authorization or in the Appropriations Act has the ability to transfer general fund appropriations between budget accounts, subject if they exceed the thresholds, subject to IFC approval, and that's why these are on here. This is typical from the Department of Corrections when it gets close to the end of the fiscal year. So when it just says deletion there's a corresponding work program you'll see with item 81. You'll see it relates to item 84. So there's a deletion of 1.9 million in 81, but then there's also an addition in 84. So it's a budgetary mechanism for the department to move money around to try and ensure that they have sufficient authority in all their budget accounts to cover costs for the end of the fiscal year.
Thank you for that. That was helpful. So all of the deletion in 81 will take care of that prison medical care in 84, potentially.
That's the Wayne Thorley for the record, and the department would probably be best to answer that, but in general, yes, the intention when they do these transfers is there's surplus in one budget account and a shortfall in another budget account.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't pull it, but I will ask them offline.
Is there anyone else who has anything? Assembly Member Brown May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If your permission, I'd like to pull item H19, the Special Education Department.
Senator Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a question for Mr. Thornley. Will you repeat, please, page 25?
Absolutely. Wayne Thorley for the record. So on page 25 of list H, there are, let me get there real quick. There are 6 position reclassifications from the Department of Transportation. All 6 of those items, the position reclassification requests will be pulled for discussion. So it's essentially everything on page 25.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Anything to be pulled? All right, seeing no additional requests to pull items from the members, I will accept a motion to approve all the items on list G, H, and I that have not been identified for pulled for discussion. Lists F and U are informational only, so no committee action is required for those 2 lists. So I will accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. Thank you, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno. Thank you, Senator Nguyen, for the second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And I will pause just for a moment here to see if there is anyone who gets to go out and bake in the sun. Okay, we have a couple people who needed to step out, but we will go ahead and start with agenda items F1 and F2 and U1A, which will be heard jointly, and we'll invite Director up to the witness table. And please go ahead and begin when you are ready.
Good morning, Lisa Galloway for the record, GFO ARPA coordinator. Unfortunately, you don't get the director. So item F1.
We'll take you, that's okay.
Item F1 was an informational item, and this item deobligated $11,925,282 from the broadband initiatives category and redistributes that into the amounts of $10,471,290 to the Conservation and Infrastructure Initiative and $1,453,992 to Vitality Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder Treatment Center. And these were just to align with those reallocations. Thank you. Do you have any further questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from anyone here on the committee? I think maybe Senator Neal, did you have a question?
So I guess my first question is, can you just confirm that the deobligation that is being approved in the 15-day work program will not delay the completion of OSIT's high-speed Nevada initiative?
Lisa Galloway for the record. I'd like to call Director Britta Appeal to the table.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Britta Appel, I'm the director. That's BRITTAAPPEL, and I'm the director of the Office of Science, Innovation, and Technology. So you asked if the monies of the deobligated amount would affect any of our high-speed Nevada projects. The answer is no.
Madam Chair, follow-up. Are there any other potential ARPA deobligations that OSIT is considering?
Yes. We've been working through the numbers on this as we revise the scope of work on a couple of our projects. We have basically identified areas where we can have some savings. So we've been working, I think, in the last 2 weeks to really drill down on those numbers. We do have the numbers available for the ARPA coordinator, and we will be providing those. And so with regards to this particular deobligation amount, we basically removed $6.7 million from our administrative budget, another $3.2 million from equipment, and a small portion from excess project funds. And so that's none of those categories impact any of the existing projects that are ongoing.
Follow-up?
Please go ahead.
So I guess I'll ask the third question and then I'll go back to another. So can you provide an update on the completion of the sub-grants related to the BEAD funding?
So, Britta Appel for the record, can I get some clarification on the question on where we are in the BEAD project? Or
so where you are in the completion of the sub-grants. So currently you're in the process of creating sub-grantee awards that have not been finalized. And my understanding is that you're working to secure tribal resolutions of consent with 22 Nevada tribes.
Correct. Britta Appel for the record. That is correct. So where we are in the BEAD process is that we have until basically mid-September to work through the finalization of the award agreements. prior to signing the award agreements, we have some vetting that is required to be done. This is both financial vetting as well as nailing down the numbers for the awards, because as we consolidated some of these areas, the award numbers changed. So we are literally meeting with each and every awardee to make sure that the award number is correct and that they can fulfill their pre-obligations prior to signing the contract.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any additional questions.
All right, thank you very much. All right, any other questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any. Thank you very much. This is informational only, so we will move on, but I appreciate your time here today. Thank you. All right, with that, we will go on to H1, H2, and H3, the Office for the New Americans. And we will, I believe, welcome Director Iris Jones.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair, distinguished members of the IFC Committee. I'm Iris Jones, IRIS-JONES, Director for Governor's Office for New Americans. And with me, I have today here Ikea Sanders, Director for Governor's Office of Federal Assistance, and Carissa Lopez, Vice President of Immigration Services for Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada and State Refugee Coordinator. And we are here today to request approval for ONA to have the authority to receive and expend formula grant funds for the refugee support services in compliance with Policy Letter 2504 from the U.S. Administration for Children and Family, specifically the U.S. Office of Refugee Resettlement. We stand here for questions.
Okay, with that, I will ask if anybody has any questions on this particular item. Assembly Member Anderson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My quick question has to do with, it sounds like Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada was able to provide about 6.5 million fiscal year 2025, but also use some of the past grant money that had not been utilized. And in doing so, was able to assist about 3,050 people. How many eligible clients would the Office for New Americans be able to assist with the anticipated annual grant funds that is being asked of, which again is 2.5 in fiscal year 2027?
Well, the Office for New Americans nor any of the refugee resettlement agencies set the number of refugees that we take as an state, nor the ones that we are going to provide services. Those numbers are set by the federal government.
If I may clarify.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think we've had presentations in the past about the federal government's information, but how many eligible clients are you anticipating to be able to help with the money, the grant money that is being provided?
As per the information provided by Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada for fiscal year 2026, there are 16,459 eligible clients and 1,287 receive services. The refugee support services portion of the entire refugee program is specifically focused on self-sufficiency and workforce development. These individuals are eligible for up to 5 years. So it is very hard to determine an exact number because they are eligible for up to 5 years.
And thank you for that clarification. I've actually had an opportunity to work with Northern Nevada International Center. I was on their board for a number of years. So, and I think there's a few others of us that are also involved and so have that information. So greatly appreciate explaining that it is a 5-year program. But I guess what we're really asking for is, it sounds like there's about 17,000 that more or less could apply, but this money would only be helping a little bit less than 2,000. Am I understanding that correctly?
That is correct.
And then let me ask one more question. Let me see how I would phrase it. When it comes to, actually, I've got to, if I may, for just a moment, Chair, think a little bit further, and then I might have to come back to it. Or if you could, because I've got to phrase it correctly.
Senator Wynn.
I think we understand the programming. We're just wondering how much this decreases. Obviously, what we received in the past from the federal government was about 6.5 million, and now that is being significantly reduced. Is that our correct understanding of this?
This is the very first time that the state is going to receive these funds. But if you,
Go ahead.
but if you are talking about the funds, then Catholic Charities as the refugee designee for the state received, that is correct. And that is because this is a formula grant. So it is based on the last 2 years of intakes that we have on the state had. And that number is set by the federal government.
No, I understand that. I appreciate that. I'm going to be very, very specific because I want to make sure that I don't go off on a tangent. Is the money that I will say our state received previously, as determined by the federal government based on the numbers, was about $6.5 million. And now that is $1.6 million. Is that correct? Or I'm sorry, $2.5 million.
2.5, that is correct.
Okay. And so that is separate. So that is a significant reduction that we are receiving now for those services.
Iris Jones for the records. I would like to invite to discuss this Catholic Charities, because I would like for her to explain if the 6.5 millions were cash and medical assistance too, or only for RSS, or just RSS.
Carissa Lopez Ramirez for the record. That funding is strictly just for the RSS program. But certainly when the funding does decrease, I do just want to let you know that there's priority groups that we have to address when the funding decreases.
Okay, I think you're probably in the better position to answer this question. So that with that significant, and I'm going to piggyback off of what Assemblymember Natha Anderson had asked before, is that's obviously a significant decrease. We know that even with the 6.5 million, you were not able to meet that need. Do you know what kind of numbers you're going to be able to cover with 2.5 as opposed to 6.5 million? Even with the decreased numbers that the federal government has indicated we would potentially be eligible here.
I don't have that number specifically, but if I could just go back to the history of it. So for example, in 2022, we received $1.9 million. And back then we served 1,070 people as background history.
And you had indicated that this is predominantly the job training and skills for that. And so the also change is that instead of that money flowing directly into Catholic Charities, it now goes through the Office of New Americans. Is that our correct understanding as well?
That is correct.
And the money that you're asking for here today, is that money that is additional that we will now need to administer those funds, those pass-through funds?
Director of the Office of Federal Assistance, Akia Sanders for the record, AKEIA, last name Sanders, SANDERS. So the way that the funding is distributed is quarterly. So one of those tranches of the 500,000 is that first quarter that the Office of New Americans receives. And then the other one is a one shot. So the federal government gave, because this happened nationally, right? States that were setting up their programs, opportunity to get a one-shot funding to set the program up. So the one-shot allocation, Director Jones will receive that only this one time, and she won't be able to get it again. And then every quarter, it'll be about that 500,000 range. I hope I answered your question.
No, that makes sense. I just wanted to know, I saw there was like about $500,000 in there, so I just wanted to confirm, one, we are receiving significantly less money from the federal government, and two, because of the new federal requirements, they're requiring us to create another bureaucratic level to administer that money in addition to those decreases. So that is my question. Thank you.
Okay, I will circle back to Assemblymember Anderson, and then there are a few more who have questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for helping me out with that, Senator, with the question. Couldn't figure out how to ask it appropriately. With all of the new programs, how will the, it feels like there's some new responsibilities now for the office. How does the Refugee Support Services Program grant, would it impact the Office of the New Americans' existing workload? And or how, do you have any openings currently in that department, or is it 100% staffed at this time?
Iris Jones for the record. The Office for New Americans is not going to provide the services. We're going to subgrant the funds out, and we will continue working with the 3 established refugee resettlement agencies that the state have. 2 here in Southern Nevada, which is Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada and the African Community Center. And up north, we have the Northern Nevada International Center. But yes, it does increase the workload and have been increasing so far. But the U.S. Office of Resettlement Agencies, resettlement have approved funding for 2 positions. So we are going to be hiring 2 positions. One is going to be the coordinator of the program and a liaison between the refugee resettlement agencies, the government, and the state, and also one position for the fiscal portion of the program, the grant. They will work with the Office of Federal Assistance.
So follow up if I may. Thank you. So just to verify, there will be 2 additional positions that are being funded from an outside agency, or is that expected to be funded through the state?
No, Iris Jones for the record, those 2 positions have been already approved by ORRR. The funding for those 2 positions have been already approved from ORRR, by ORRR. So they will be funding the 2 positions.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank all of you for being here today. Just to be clear on this decrease in funding that my colleague has pointed out, there is also, it's associated with the number of refugees that we have coming to the United States. And there's been a dramatic drop in the number of refugees, not just to the state of Nevada. From the information that I have, in 2024, we had over 100,000 refugees come to the United States. And in 2025, we've had about 11,000. And so that's a dramatic change. And so along with that, correct, there's been a decrease in funding because the state has assigned so many refugees. So the drop wasn't just suddenly a change in, they're not going to finance it anymore. The drop was correlated with the number of actual refugees that have come to the United States. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And secondly, if I might, Madam Chair, thank you. The other thing is the need for, I think it's been across the board, the federal administration has decided for transparency and control and understanding where the funds go, that now these funds that then are going out to these nonprofits have to go through one of our state agencies so that they can be monitored closer. Is that correct?
Iris Jones for the records. I don't know if that's the specific reason why the federal government is doing it, but yes, definitely this provides the state to have a more hands-on when it comes to the refugee services in general and monitor the programs that we provide to the refugee community in Nevada.
Right, thank you. Because it's my understanding that even when I spoke to the head of the food bank in the north the other day, it's the same situation. The monies are coming to the state and they're still getting the money, they're still getting the assistance, but it's just that one little checks and balances. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the questions.
Thank you very much. Senator Neal, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, in the backup, it says that there's 3 months of contractor expenses that will be funded with one-time funding. So after that, it's supposed to be ongoing refugee support services. How much money will that be? So you're only getting one-time funding, you're bringing on 3 contractors. What will be left to continue to pay for them?
Iris Jones for the record. Those 3 months that you are referring to, we asked on that one-time shot, those 3 months to be able to pay for the positions because we didn't know when the money was going to come, if the one-time shot was going to come first or the regular grant was going to come first. So that's why we thought the one-time shot was going to come first. And because we are in the need of hiring these individuals, we put 3 months there so then we could pay them for those 3 months. However, those positions have been included in the budget for the regular program and the regular grant, if that makes sense. But we did receive actually the first quarter funds before the one-time shot. So yes, we will take advantage of that one-time shot to pay the first 3 months, which is specifically for the implementation of the program. And then those positions will continue to be paid by the grant fund. And those positions and those funds specifically have been already approved by ORR.
Madam Chair, follow-up, different question. So also in the backup, there is one-time grant funds that would support a custom computer system. No, okay. So historically, right, whenever someone's doing a custom computer system, there's never enough money to finish paying for it. How much is the custom computer system going to cost you? And how much will it cost for the ongoing maintenance and human that will probably be needed to manage this custom system that's going to be created?
Director Kia Sanders, for the record, I will provide some support on that one. So it is a requirement for the federal government in this program to have a database to be able to consolidate and track those refugees that are being provided services. Since this program was taking from Catholic Charities up to the state, that software did not exist. And so Director Jones did confer with the governor's technology office and received a quote of about $400,000 just to set up the program. But she's working directly with Director Tim Galuzzi to make sure that those fees will be maintained as well. And it's budgeted for those the quarterly.
So what do you mean like budgeted for the quarterly? You mean like, so the way that you mean like how the tranches are set up where it's in these 3-month increments. And so come 2027, the maintenance costs will be how much, or it's going to be absorbed through some cost allocation between ONA and the tech, um, chief technology office?
Director Akia Sanders for the record. The budget that Director Jones submitted to the federal government included, the 400,000 is in the one-time shot, but the budget that she submitted to the federal government for the quarterly payments, she's budgeted for the maintenance, is what I was saying.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'd like just some clarification from Director Jones and Sanders, please, and Director Sanders. When you mentioned the two contract positions, where are they actually placed? Like which office? I'm confused about whether it's going to be in Director Jones or Director Sanders' office. Could you clarify that for us?
Iris Jones for the record. The two contractor positions will be placed at ONA.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, any additional questions from the committee? All right, not seeing any questions. With that, I'll accept a motion. Thank you very much. Assembly Member Anderson, second. Second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much for being with us today. And we will move on to H15, H16, H17, the Office of the Nevada Department of Education. And I believe we have Superintendent Wakefield here with us.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. Victor Wakefield for the record. And so we are going to do these together, but I will go in the order that they were assigned. So we'll start with Work Program C 81856. This is a fiscal year 2027 work program to transfer $537,547 from the personnel category to the Education Service Center category. This transfer ensures that there is expenditure authority for the Education Service Center, or the ESC, as we'll probably call it in this conversation, beginning on July 1st for ESC personnel and operating costs, such as contract staff, consulting services, operating costs, travel, and IT costs. And I also have ESC Director Dr. Steve Canavero available in the north, should there be any detailed questions that he might be better positioned to answer.
All right, thank you very much. Assemblymember Moore, do you have any questions?
Thank you, Chair. I do. Given the Board of Education Service Center has the authority to appoint the executive director, why was an interim executive director position created in the governor's office even before the board was even established?
Thank you very much. Victor Wakefield for the record. So the executive order 2025-003, section 3 of that executive order appointed an interim director for an August 27th start for the ESC this past year. I remember that date well because it was my first day on the job too. So it was excellent to me that we could actually get to work on this important effort, given the enormity of the task ahead of us through SB 460, which included, as we've talked about at length, accountability provisions, as well as new direction for our system, but also support. It's really important that we're able to support our schools and districts. And so the Education Service Center was put into that legislation for that purpose. And so the interim director started that work by that executive order.
Thank you, Chair. If the salary recommended by the Division of Human Resource Management and approved by the Interim Finance Committee differs from the salary currently assigned to the Executive Director position within the Governor's Office budget account, would the salary of the incumbent be adjusted to the approved amount when the position is transferred to the Education Service Center budget account?
Victor Wakefield for the record, just to make sure I had the question right, because there's two different positions in the work program. The question was about the director for the Education Service Center specifically?
Correct.
So my understanding, and I am learning every day, is that any time that there is a position review process through our state systems from human resources, that whatever comes through that becomes the authority, the budget authority for that position. So I think it would follow that if there was an adjustment, then that spending authority would be at that adjusted level. Does that answer your question, or could I try to go into more detail or ask Dr. Canavero if he could add more?
If possible, can you add a little bit more to that context?
More in what way? How can I be more helpful?
I want to hear from Dr. Convero, please.
Sure. I'll pass it to, it's hard when they're not sitting with you here. Steve, I think you're up there. I can't see you in the picture.
Dr. Canavero, are you there? Thank you very
I am.
much. Would you please chime in? Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Steve Canavero, Director of the Education Service Center. I think just a short and sweet answer to the question, as Superintendent Wakefield responded, is yes. The decision by the state and DHRM for the classification of the position and salary structure would be the salary at which the position is funded.
Thank you, Chair. What review was performed of the duties and responsibilities of the proposed Administrative Services Officer 4 position by the Division of Human Resource Management to determine if it is appropriately classified?
Victor Wakefield for the record. So we did an internal review for this position to make sure that the role responsibilities were consistent with like positions at NDE, and did that review to determine that, given the budgeting, fiscal, grant management type of responsibilities, that lined up with the ASO 4 positions that we have at NDE. And we have it underway right now as well with a formal review with DHRM to confirm that is in fact appropriate. So that is how my office handled that. And I'll ask as well, because this is such a unique program that is moving into a brand new office, to see if Dr. Canavero wants to add anything in addition.
Madam Chair, Steve Canavero, Director of the Education Service Center, and Superintendent Wakefield. It's amazing how much you pick up along the way. That's exactly what is underway. I think it's the DHRM Form 40. We've submitted two, one for the director and one for the position that we're seeking unclassified role that's currently being reviewed to scope out with DHRM. So both of those are in process.
All right. Any additional questions there? Seeing none, I'll go to Senator Nguyen.
Thank you. Just to follow up with this. So because of the way that this has been structured today, do you anticipate that you will bring us back to IFC to approve whatever salary it is in the August IFC meeting?
So Superintendent Wakefield, for the record, I hope not. I hope that we have done the work here to create the spending authority. So we had the appropriation for SB 460 per your legislation, and one of the pieces of that is the Education Service Center. So we built the work program so that they can really go get to work. If that's helpful or necessary, of course, happy to. But the goal is to make sure that the good work that is needed, and so appreciate the superintendents sharing this morning on the record that they already are benefiting from the work of the ESC. But I believe we're just scratching the surface. We have so much to do to help better support our districts. So that's why we want to make sure that this is all ready to go within this next fiscal year. But I'm also happy to take correction or bring back any detail. I just
And this actually might be a question for the GFO. So I don't know if the GFO is still in the room, because it's my understanding, and I think it's understanding of this committee, that the spending authority is, you're correct, the spending authority is authorized within that Senate Bill 460. However, the unclassified pay, under the pay bill, you would have to come back through IFC. So I'm curious if the GFO can clarify whether or not they anticipate they will bring this back to us next IFC to authorize that salary.
Tiffany
approve this.
Griedemeyer, Director for the Governor's Finance Office. Yes, we will be putting forward an unclassified position request through DHRM that will do a study on the unclassified position. And this you'll have this in August, at the August IFC.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Monroe Moreno, did you have a question?
I did, Madam Chair, and it was about bringing it back to this body for approval. So thank you to Senator Nguyen for getting that on the record.
Thank you. All right, additional questions on this particular item? Seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And now we will move on to H19, which was pulled by Assembly. Oh, sorry, I'm jumping up. I'm way ahead. Sorry, Superintendent, I was trying to get you out of trouble here. We will go to H16.
Wonderful. Victor Wakefield for the record. So work program C81889. This fiscal year 2027 work program reallocates $220,157 of SB 460 expenditure authority to a special use category to pay for the operating costs associated with the 8 FTE funded through SB 460. That's section 78.3. The legislatively approved budget accounted for all of the SB 460 funding in the personnel category. This transfer aligns the funding with the anticipated expenditures, and that's the pattern here. The budget category was personnel for everything here, so anything that we're doing related to implementation, we have to get the approval for the category. So with that, I have Deputy Superintendent Christy McGill available up north if there's any questions that she might be better positioned to answer, but we are very happy and open to questions and excited to talk about having a footprint in Reno, which is part of our strategy here. So.
Thank you very much. And with that, Assembly Member Mosca.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Superintendent. Great to see you. That's exactly my first question. Can you tell us how does a new office location in Reno align with the department's efforts to effectuate the provisions of SB 460?
All right, Victor Wakefield for the record. So SB 460, I get to talk about it with you all every meeting, it seems like. This is such a giant piece of legislation. It calls upon NDE to make significant technical and strategic investments. It calls us to staff up to meet those investments. It also, I would frame it as repositions the NDE to be actually in the service of school districts in a way that we haven't been able to do in the past. And that is both the clarity and new way of thinking around accountability, but also with better support, better partnership, and a better presence to actually help support our districts and schools. So as we have had to staff up and as we've thought about our strategy around our agency's footprint and also trends around being able to actually recruit and retain the staff that we need to do some of this technical work, we were so excited to be able to move forward in a plan that's been in the works for a long time to begin to have a footprint that also includes Reno. This also helps us with our educator workforce because right now they don't have a licensure office there in that context. And so thinking about population centers, what we offer in Las Vegas, it makes sense for us to be able to offer that in Reno. So it is, something we have to do in order to do this big legislation that was with the wisdom of your legislature appropriated funding for positions. And of course, with positions, you have to give them space and desks. And so as we have been, nearing capacity in our current footprint in Carson and Las Vegas, as we've been bringing in additional positions that we've been, clearly communicating about through this interim, this was, I think, such a strategic opportunity to do this while also moving forward on something that will better serve our districts across the state. And Deputy McGill, who is one of my deputy that lives up north as well, might have even more perspective because I am Las Vegas based, but commute up north a lot. So I wanted to make sure she was on hand if you had more specific questions around the regional aspects of this.
Thank you so much. Follow-up, Chair?
Please.
Thank you. I just appreciate that. And to me, that makes sense so that we're statewide and that we're supporting across our whole state. So thank you. And then I do on this item have a process question. Why is the department requesting the funding to establish a new office in Reno now, as opposed to including the funding request as an enhancement in the 2027-2029 biennial budget request?
Superintendent Wakefield, I mean, my short answer is our kids can't wait. Like, we want to go do this work. It will be better for our districts and schools. And it's actually not asking for new money. It's actually using the dollars that were assigned, but in the smart way. So that's my short answer for why. Because of course we are thinking about our agency's needs, our footprint, our staffing strategy for the future. And we're doing that through our enhancement approach. But again, this is an idea that when I started, I was told by staff, we've been having this conversation for some time. There's been a lot of cues around this, a lot of data telling us this was important for a state agency to best serve our students, schools, and educators. And so my belief is that you don't wait to move on the right thing for students. And so that's why we want to do that now versus in addition to what we will, of course, be putting through in our strategic thinking with our budget enhancements. And our planning made sure that we didn't get ahead of ourselves. We didn't, of course, needed to be thoughtful about leases and space. And so that's why we structured this in this sort of narrow but focused but strategic way.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you too. Can I just have clarification and then I'll go to Vice Chair Monroe Marino. So am I clear that we are keeping the two offices in Carson City? Because currently we have 3 offices, 1 here and 2 in Carson City. So we want the new office to be closer and more immediate for low performing schools. So are we keeping the 2 offices in Carson City and we're adding an office? Or are we going to only have 1 office in Carson City and 1 office in Reno?
Victor Wakefield, we're in a bridging moment where we will move to 1 space in Carson over time. You're talking about our Roop Street footprint alongside of our Fifth Street. And this is where I'd love to actually ask Deputy McGill to weigh in to confirm Senator's question, but also you just have such a rich history of this, of navigating this with staff over many years with the agency. So if you might share, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Christy McGill for the record. Yes, absolutely. We are using this as a pilot and a bridge. It's hard to move offices, and we wanted to begin the work and the process for 60, like the superintendent said, and also make sure that we did a really good job with recruitment and retention of our own people, and then also of teachers, making it an easier processing for licensure. So what you're seeing now is a bridge. We'll have the 3 offices and then slowly move toward, as we move into the enhancement, and hopefully we get that enhancement to shut down Roop, and then have the office in Reno, have the Fifth Street office in Carson City.
Thank you very much. And so will that free up that funding that you're using for the 2nd office then to use for the office in Reno?
Christy McGill for the record, that is the plan.
And Superintendent Wakefield, just to layer in a little nuance. So the office spaces are also based upon the number of people and leases. So our agency is growing to meet the demands of the legislative requirements and of our, of serving our students and educators. So that, as Deputy McGill said, that is the plan. And of course, our planning though has to be really thoughtful around numbers. So we are, use a hockey analogy, looking for where the puck is going, right? So we are thinking about our needs over time and want to plan appropriately there for the NDE that we'll need for the next biennium and beyond.
Thank you. And I believe Assemblymember Mosca has another question.
I'm sorry, Chair, for the next item.
Sorry, I jumped ahead and again, and Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You said you're looking at the move, but you didn't tell us a time frame. What is that time frame that you're looking at? And if this is approved, opening that Reno office and the time frame of closing down that second office in Carson City, what is that time frame that you're looking at?
I'll ask Deputy McGill to share if approved, then when we could reasonably begin to move folks to the Reno office. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the question, Christy McGill, for the record. So the timeline is, if this is approved, we would go to BOE in July. We've got the contract ready. And then we have a lease right now at Roop Street that we would expire. So that's within, I believe, 2.5 years. And so we would pilot the Reno office. We've got desk shares, we've got it all ready to go. And then we would slowly make that move from Roop to Reno, or with the employees that wanted to be in Reno. Within that 3 years, we will just have the 2 offices, one in Reno and one in Carson City.
Follow-up, Madam Chair?
Please.
Do you know approximately how many of your current staff are Reno residents that would be making that move, and as opposed to you hiring new employees, how many of them would probably make that move to the Reno office so they wouldn't have to make that commute every day into Carson City?
Superintendent Wakefield, ask Deputy McGill to share what we can about our internal planning conversations we've been having with staff.
Christy McGill for the record. We are planning, so currently it's, this is why we're doing it in a phase step approach. We have 28-ish residents that, Reno residents that would benefit from either a desk share so that they would reduce their commute to Carson City. And then also the new positions that we've been talking about in 460, we would open them up to Carson, Reno, and Las Vegas. So we would need to have some flexibility and permeability there. And then again, our goal is to really ensure that our workforce has some choices so they're not always commuting that long commute. We all know that sometimes, especially in the winter, that is a difficult commute to make. And so we start with the desk shares and then slowly expand our footprint as we close the Roop Street into more permanent desk positions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Taylor, did you have a question?
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation and for the thoughtfulness. In the materials that we have, the notes, it says you anticipate needing 8 new positions to fulfill the requirements of Senate Bill 460, also known as the Educate Act. Can you talk a little bit about that? The new positions and really how this a potential office in Reno would help accommodate that space versus using those 8 positions in the space that you currently have.
Superintendent Wakefield, so the 8 that you're referencing are already part of our first FY26 fiscal year planning. And as you all know from the passing legislation, our appropriation shifted from 2.5 million to 4 million from the first year to the second year of the biennium because of this ambitious agenda and work that we're taking on. So I don't want to mislead to say that 8 is the limit. We have some internal exploration conversations for right now. This is draft thinking, but 2 additional positions that would turn into 10 that we believe is the way to fully implement what is needed for SB 460. And the last 2 would be one more actually fiscal. We've learned that there's so much grant management and there's just such an increased need and workflow on that team. And then the second one is actually literacy related. That is work we've had underway a long time at NDE around Read by 3 initiatives and ensuring the science of reading or our Nevada literacy plan. But as you all know from SB 460, it increases the bar there as well, including of the first time we are actually working with our teacher preparation program providers to help them to make sure that they're hitting all the training points that teachers need, as just one example. So 8 positions have been part of our submissions for this whole past year, or since I started. I shouldn't speak before I started. And the span of those included data, positions within our ADAM team, 1 boards, commissions, and councils position, and then 2 fiscal positions, I believe, from that 8. And then I just shared the 2 that are in our kind of internal planning process. So that is work that I am extremely clear we need to do in order to take on the ambition of SB 460 and our statewide priorities for education. And then what I want to make sure we don't do is mislead anybody to think every single one of these exact people must be hired in Reno. That is not true. We have to get the very best people, and we have if approved today, we would have office opportunities in Las Vegas, in Reno, and in Carson. That is critical for recruitment and for retention of our staff. And I believe you all know that we need to increase our rate of retention of our NDE staff. I will give a sidebar around when we give raises to our districts and schools, how they sometimes are very attractive then for some of the best people in education. And so we can have a different conversation around, ensuring that our state employees also have competitive compensation. But what we can control, of course, is our culture, our facilities, our footprint. And so we're so excited to have the space that also now would mean that we can recruit with physical office space in Las Vegas, in Reno, and in Carson moving forward.
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the question.
Thank you very much. I believe Senator Neal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question regarding this cloud-based system. Since you guys are asking for continued funding through FY 2027, how many inputs have you actually replaced that needed the manual data collection?
Point of order, should I speak to the next work program item before we introduce it?
Is that the next work item? Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're all trying
Scratch that question.
We're all trying to clump these together, Dr. Wakefield. We're having a hard time.
I'm sorry, Chair.
All right. Hang on just a minute. All right. Any additional items on H16? Okay, seeing none. Now we get to go to item H17, the performance framework and the information system. Please go ahead.
Okay, so Chair Don Daraloop, Senator Neal, who I know will ask me a question about this one, members of the committee.
We'll switch it up on you so we can see if you know the test.
That's a smart assessment move, actually. You switch the order of if you have a multiple choice assessment and you switch to the opposite side. So instead of a student thinking, okay, the biggest answer is always A, you make it D and the assessment, you make sure that they're really paying attention. Anyway, I digress. So work program C82214, this work program transfers $1,542,037 from the personnel category to a special use category called the framework contracts category. This funds the development of the Nevada District Performance Framework and the associated data management system upgrades. As a reminder, the funding appropriated through Section 78.3 and SB 460 was established in the personnel services category. However, activities and expenses like this one are not appropriate in that expense category, and the legislation was written very clearly with these sort of data needs and infrastructure needs as well. And so that's why we're here today, to make sure that we can have the appropriate authority to continue these investments. We visited this item for the first year of the biennium at your February IFC meeting. I remember that because it was my first one with you all. And so excited to answer any questions, and once again have Deputy Superintendent Christy McGill available if you have any more detailed questions than I have answers to. With that, very open for questions.
Okay, now we have questions that have already been asked, but I'm going to ask everybody to switch up their verbiage so that we can confuse the entire project. Assemblymember Mosca, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and appreciate everybody today. Really is because I wanted to ask a question because I know one of the things that we always hear in the committees is how much NDE and through 460 we're working on reducing the redundant reporting. And that's the number one thing that we hear from educators and within the committees. So I thank everyone for 460 on that and thank you for your work. But we also always ask about tech in this committee. So similar to what my colleague asked, when does the department anticipate the completion of the central repository and interface as well as the unified cloud-based system?
Victor Wakefield for the record. So not trying to get into the technical weeds, treating your question as the set of investments we're making through this. We, of course, had the funds appropriated for the first year of this in February. And so with this, if approved today, we would be on track to a 3-phase set of moves that culminates in June 2027. So the direct answer is cloud-based, and the other, you want to name the 3, just I don't want to miss anything on the record.
Yes, it was the completion of the central repository interface as well as the unified cloud-based system.
Yes, so for both of those items, June 2027 is our deliverable date.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I believe Assemblymember Anderson, did you have a question?
I did, if I may. It is still with the same area. How is the as we continue to see in the news, there's more and more security breaches when it comes to education. It's not just of our students' data, it's also sometimes of our licensed personnel. What is the security breach protocol that you've reached with an agreement with, it looks like Authentica Solutions? And is that for the entire time as well?
Victor Wakefield for the record, yes. So the frameworks contracts leverage modernized cloud-based infrastructure, aligns with both state security standards, federal regulations such as FERPA. The systems feature role-based access controls, data encryption. I need notes here because we're in the technical space, but this is so important and increasingly so based upon things that unfortunately don't just happen in Nevada. They're happening everywhere where, I just say that because of last fall's data incident here. This also ensures scalable, compliant platform capable of adapting to increasingly complex cybersecurity threats. So this is the modernization and holding the highest bar that we can for these contracts.
Sorry, if I may. Thank you, Chair. So just to verify, that is part of the contract. And it has also already been approved by I think it has to go through the Board of Examiners, I want to say. But just want to make sure that that is written down, contract, and all the other fun stuff.
Yeah, Victor Wakefield. So from the February item through the Board of Examiners contract approval process is correct.
Thank you. And any additional questions now on H 15, 16, or 17? All right. No, I don't want you to re-ask your question unless you feel compelled to do that, Senator. All right, with that, now I will accept a motion on these 3 items. Oh, sorry, I need 2. Boy, we are struggling with this one, H 16 and 17. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
Second.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. A second, Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on H 16 or 17? All right, with that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here with us today, Dr. Wakefield and those in Carson City. Thank you. All right, now we will move on to H 19. And Assemblymember Brown May, I believe you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to pull this item and to ask a question. Thank you, Superintendent Wakefield, for being here with us. I want to be really clear. My question is not about the substantive nature of this fiscal item, in that I'm wondering, though, if it is sufficient. I appreciate your comments just a minute ago about planning for the biennium and beyond. I'm sure that many in this room are really familiar with the changes that are going on at a federal level with regard to the education department, moving special education and civil rights to other agencies in the federal government. And so really, I'm curious and concerned about what are the fiscal impacts to special education and our students here as we're seeing those federal changes. Specifically, given the information in our backup identifies that 15% of our population are students that have individualized education plans or IEPs, right? So that's a significant number of students that may have an uncertain future. So I'm curious to know, does NDE have a published contingency plan for IDEA funding? And have we looked at a potential worst case scenario? Should any of those federal grant IDEA funds then fall to us as a state? How are we going to ensure the integrity of the special education that's being delivered to that 15% of our student body long term? And then how do we troubleshoot that, right? So I'm curious to know, is this amount of money enough? Are we going to see you again at the next IFC with different contingency requests? I just want to make sure we have a forward look for special education students.
Victor Wakefield, thank you so much for the question, and especially for citing the percentage of students that are on IEPs and that we have to center as we have conversations like this. So I'll start by just making sure that this work program, so C82255, make sure we are all clear on what it is. So this has nothing to do with federal funding for special education. This is about state funding. The work program transfers $9,630,801 from the reserve category to the targeted reallocation category, which will allow NDE to distribute funding to specific local education agencies to support special education programs. As part of the budget closing process, this funding was placed in reserve pending IFC approval of the methodology used to allocate funds to LEAs receiving less than the average per pupil weighted amount for FY27. And I also do have, if we want to go down a path of any of questions about the state systems for funding and ensuring that we are funding our students, especially the students on IEPs, I have Director Melissa Willis available up north as well. So I just want to make sure to first and foremost be clear around what spending authority and what this item is, and then to your question about federal changes, this is very, very important to any state chief that is navigating the moment where we are determined to keep our eye on the prize of student learning and ensuring that our districts, our schools have everything that they need in order to serve our students. So I called our director for special education right after the most recent interagency agreements were announced federally. And she told me that on the funding side, the funding for this current year has already been allocated. It actually went up federally. So we don't have that concern, at least for the next federal fiscal year. In fact, the allocation to the state was slightly higher than we anticipated. She also said, the thing we are most focused on is ensuring that our point of contacts and any system changes around how we access funds or guidance, we are crystal clear on. And so what I gathered from her, consistent with other changes, is that our staff, boots on the ground, are on it. They are, determined to make sure that they know exactly how to keep moving the work forward through any of these interagency agreements that happen federally. The one that I can speak to, because it happened in the past, was with education and labor, and similar things happen. Our staff, especially related to our Perkins grant funding, they made sure that they had the appropriate point of contact, that the funds were flowing, that there were any questions. And that's been the commitment given to me as the state education leader from all the briefings that I've gotten about these changes. So I'm in a bit of a wait and see, like what is the, what do I need to know to support the team and make sure that we don't lose a single dollar or a single minute of support for our students. And that is my deep commitment to this at this time.
Thank you, Superintendent Wakefield. I appreciate that. And knowing that what we're talking about today is the allocation of previously approved dollars within the state with respect to this budget item, I'm grateful that we have the forethought and the planning to be able to fund that. My concern is as I heard you say also, what does the future planning look like so that as we require additional state dollars to potentially address the needs of those students going forward? So thank you for that and your attention to our special education students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions on H19? All right, with that, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second from Senator Wynn. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to H27, 29, and 66. And please go ahead when you are all situated and ready.
Will my colleagues in the north be beginning, or would you like me to start here in Las Vegas?
I got it, Elaine. Good morning,
thank
Madam
you.
Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Angie Mattison, Director of Administration for the Governor's Office of Economic Development. Item number H27 is Work Program C81910. This work program requests to transfer funds in the amount of $594,288 from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation to support the Governor's Office of Economic Development, Individual Career Mapping, and Training Delivery Model, the ICM program. I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
Thank you very much. And I believe Senator Taylor may have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for, excuse me, thank you for being here, and thank you for those of you in Carson City who are here as well. I do have a question about the career mapping program. What's the I see the transfer, I know there was one before. What's the long-term funding plan to continue to work from this?
Angie Mattison, for the record. It's GOED's strategy to transition the ICM program from a grant-funded pilot into a sustained workforce system function supported by a mix of state funding, braided public funding, and partnerships. The transfer from DETR, the funding, should be considered proposed rather than guaranteed ongoing support. Without continued funding at a similar level, the program would scale down, reducing statewide coordination, cohort expansion, and capacity to maintain core components such as staffing, analytics, and training delivery.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, the program's done good work and really helped to develop some skills for some folks who really need it in these now and future areas. So want to see how we're going to keep that going. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions on H27? We can move on to H29.
Angie Mattison, for the record. Item number H29 is Work Program C81902. This work program requests to transfer funds in the amount of $4,405,712 from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation to support the Governor's Office of Economic Development, Workforce Innovations for a New Nevada, also known as the WIN program. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to go back to Senator Taylor.
Thank you so much for this. Is kind of a follow-up because we're talking about workforce development this whole time, and thank you for that bit of an introduction. I know in reading the background materials, it talked about how this is meeting demands from the industry. What makes me think about the industry is saying, hey, we need more in these areas. Will you talk a little bit about how the funding for this program, how it responds to that demand, right? And then also if if you don't get the funding, how will the projects be prioritized?
Angie Matison for the record. If I could defer that question to the director of the WIN program, Elaine Silverstone. She should be down that south with you.
You can phone a friend, absolutely.
Good morning. This is Elaine Silverstone, Director of Workforce Development at the Governor's Office of Economic Development. I've been in this role for 2.5 years, and I'm excited to represent to this body that WIN is currently celebrating its 10-year anniversary. And so for 10 years, we have been accepting applications and with the GOED board's approval, awarding programs that help to support workforce capacity in support of our economic diversification goals. How we determine which applications are raised to the GOED board are strategic to our state plan and data-driven. One of the requirements that we've imposed in the application is to access an open platform, an open data source, ONET, which is sourced by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. And we require that data to help us demonstrate workforce need, what programs in our state may actually already exist, aligned to what we call SOC codes. A SOC code is aligned to almost any job category or job title that you can think of. And then we have employer commitment, which is also a requirement to a program. So this is an industry-led workforce training program where we bring letters of support from employers in our region, those coming with high-quality jobs, or to help those that are already here to expand.
May I follow up, Madam Chair, please? Thank you. So if you don't get the funding, how will you prioritize? I mean, I love the fact that it's industry driven though. That responds to that. So you know you're doing your training in the right areas. But if you don't get the funding, because I know you've already expended what you received for the biennium, how will you prioritize the demand?
Thank you. Elaine Silverstone for the record. You may know this body has appropriated $4 million to the WIN Fund this fiscal term, this legislative and fiscal cycle, which extends through FY27. There are currently $260 remaining. We have already awarded 6 programs just shy of that $4 million. And in fact, we won't have more funds to award for workforce capacity training in this particular way. However, our partners at Dieter, for whom we have an excellent relationship with and in the workforce ecosystem, have raised this opportunity that we're here to explore through the next work item as well that's attached to this H66, if I'm getting that number correctly. Elaine Silverstone for the record.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions? We are moving on to H66, but you've almost answered everything. So if there's anything else that you need to add, please do so. I hear silence, so I'm guessing that we have covered everything. Thank you. All right, with that, I will call for a motion on H27, 29, and H66.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much. As Vice Chair, second by Senator Neal.
Second.
And with that, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you all for being here with us today. All right, we will move on to the Grand Poopah, H37, 39, 43, 52, 53, 64, I2, 3, 4, 5, and K2B.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, and members of the committee. For the record, Andrea Rivers, RIV, ERS. And I serve as the administrator for the Division of Division of Public and Behavioral Health within the Department of Human Services. I'm also joined today at the Northern Nevada table by Department of Human Services Deputy Director Christina Hadwick, Statewide Forensic Director Drew Cross, Agency Manager Julie Linsmith, and in Las Vegas, we're joined today by Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services Hospital Administrator Susan Lynch. As we have testified before this committee, DPBH has continued to monitor projections and work in collaboration with the Department of Human Services Director's Office and GFO to work through projected shortfalls in clinical services budgets 3161, 3162, and 3645 in categories 1, personnel, and category 8, professional services staff. Before you today, we have items related to this under agenda items H, I, and K. How would you like these to be heard today? I'm happy to try and provide items as they relate to the budget account as linear as possible to include agenda items H, 37, 39, 43, 52, 53, and 64, as well as agenda items I, 2 through 5, and agenda item K to B, or if you prefer, we can start going one by one under agenda item H.
Thank you very much for clarifying. And I think if you will just give us an overview of what those items contain, and then maybe a little bit bigger discussion on K2B, because you're requesting the allocation.
Okay, great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, for the record, Andrea Rivers. Starting with agenda items H. H37 is a work program, C81807, which requests a transfer from Aging and Disability Services in the amount of $260,888 to address a projected shortfall within the Department of Human Services, Division of Public and Behavioral Health, budget account 3162, Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services, or NAMS. Agenda item H39 is work program C81733, which requests a transfer of $1,705,277 from budget account 3161, personnel category 1 to category 8, professional services to maintain staffing ratios through state fiscal year 26. Agenda item H43 is work program C81725 for the Division of Public Health in the amount of $260,888 to add authority in the amount to category 1 personnel for budget account 3162 NAMS. Agenda item H52 is work program C80733, which is a transfer amount of $859,946 from the Division of Child and Family Services to the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, budget category 3645, to fund a projected shortfall in personnel category 1. Agenda item H53, work program C81359, in the amount of $150,837 from the Food Services category of budget account 3645 to professional service category 8 within the budget account. Agenda item H64 is work program C81810 for the Division of Child and Family Services, decreasing authority in the amount of $859,946 to the Lakes Crossing Center budget account 3645 to fund a projected shortfall in personnel category 1. Agenda items under I include I-2, which is a request to transfer from, again, the Department of Human Services, Aging and Disability Services, ADSD, their Sierra Regional Center budget in the amount of $260,888 to Division of Public and Behavioral Health, Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health budget account 3162. Agenda item I3 requests to receive a transfer in the amount of $260,888 from ADST to DPBH in budget account 3162 for NAMS. Agenda item I4 is a DPBH request to receive a request in the amount of $859,946 from the Department of Human Services Division of Child and Family Services, or DCFS. This is from their Nevada Youth Training Center budget account to Lakes Crossing Center budget account under DPBH 3645. Agenda item I5, Department of Human Services, DCFS requests to transfer the amount of $859,946, again from their Nevada Youth Training Center budget to DPBH's Lakes Crossing Center budget 3645. And finally, agenda item K2B is a request for an allocation from the IFC contingency fund in the amount of $2,637,456 to fund temporary medical contracts at the Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services, or SNAMS, budget account 3161, category 8. This is to maintain appropriate staffing ratios. We'd be happy to stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that overview. And with that, I believe Senator Lang has a couple questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the information that you provided for us. I am wondering if you could provide an overview of the agency's efforts to address projected funding shortfalls in personnel and professional services expenditures for all mental health facilities and budget accounts.
Madam Chair, through you to committee member, for the record, Andrea Rivers. Just to clarify the question, are you wanting to know how we're going to handle future requests?
Well, I'm going to have a question, a follow-up to talk about 27, but I'm just curious about the agency's effort to address the projected shortfalls currently in personnel and professional service expenditures for all of your mental health facilities and budget accounts.
Thank you, Senator. Through Chair to you, again for the record, Andrea Rivers. The Division of Public and Behavioral Health continues to monitor projections closely and work with our Director's Office under the Department of Human Services as well as GFO to address concerns on projected shortfalls, and that includes IFC contingency fund requests. Does this help answer your question?
It does, thank you. And Madam Chair, if I could have a follow-up. Okay, thank you. So to follow up on that, then could you talk to me a little bit about the agencies and how you intend to address similar shortfalls in FY 2027?
Madam Chair, through you to committee member Andrea Rivers, for the record. In state fiscal year 27, we will maintain this strong collaboration between the Department of Human Services Director's Office as well as GFO to review, monitor, and any additional requests that need to be made for projected shortfalls.
Thank you.
Thank you. And are there any additional questions from the committee on these items? All right, seeing none, then I'll call for a motion on these items, H 37, 39, 43, 52, 53, 64, I 2, 3, 4, 5, and K 2B, transfer of the allocation. Thank you.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second, Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, with that, we will move on to H 55. Division of Social Services. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, I'm Robert Thompson. I'm the Administrator of the Division of Social Services. I have with me today in Carson City, Deputy Administrator Chris Van Black, who is over our child support program, and our Chief Financial Officer, Crystal Bousquet. Work Program C82240 is a request to realign authority within our child support program and increase overall authority by approximately $682,000 to meet some budget shortfalls. We are open for any questions.
Thank you very much. And I believe Senator Lang, you had some questions on this as well.
I do. Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please talk to me about how the revised state match allocation methodology, easy for me to you to say, thank you, methodology ensure compliance with federal child support enforcement program grant requirements?
Thank you for the question. For the record, Robert Thompson. In the child support program, the state receives 66% of the funds from the federal government, and the state is required to put in a 34% match. That 34% match can be used from a state share of cost, which is a reimbursement when we collect certain child support obligations, or using general fund. The division historically has always used a state share of cost of the collections that we've received in our child support program. However, because of a shortage of those collections coming in, the revenues have gone down. We will be able to use general fund in other budget accounts, budget account 3228, as we do have child support expenses in that budget account. So the authority is shifting to the budget accounts, but it is in compliance with all of the federal regulations.
Thank you. And a follow-up, Madam Chair. Thank you. So then, how does the agency intend to address the projected decline in state share of child support revenue in the 27-29 biennium?
Robert Thompson, for the record, the agency will be exploring requesting an enhancement unit to request general fund for this budget account for the next biennium.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional questions on H55? All right, seeing none, I'll accept a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second, Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And with that, we will go on to H79.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jennifer Krupp. I am the Division Administrator for the Consumer Health Services Division. I am joined today with Director Stacy Weeks of the Nevada Health Authority. I'm here to present Work Program 82151, which is budget or agenda item H79. This work program transfers $310,000 from the reserve category to the operating category of budget account 1400 to fund technical assistance, policy analysis, and actuarial modeling related to assessing the feasibility of implementing individual coverage health reimbursement arrangements, also known as ICHRAs, and health savings accounts, HSAs, through Nevada Health Link, the state's Affordable Care Act marketplace. The work will provide comprehensive analysis of ICHRA and health savings account structures using current public employee benefits program costs and plan designs as a model, and will help model Nevada's individual insurance market, including plan pricing, carrier participation, and federal subsidy eligibility among employees. These activities, I do want to note, do fall under our statutory authority under NRS 695I.200. And with that, I would like to stand for any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you very much. I believe Assemblymember Brown May.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Administrator Krupp, Director Weeks. It's great to see you both. I do have just some clarifying questions around this item in particular. First, thank you for doing the actuarial analysis that we worked so hard on and talked so much about during the last legislative session. It appears as though this is a little bit broader than I think what I anticipated, right? So the statement of work looks like it's broader for the health authority and some policy exchange funds. And I'm curious to know if you could just clarify the provisions of the Affordable Care Act and related federal requirements restrict the usage of those exchange fee revenue to the operation and administration of the exchange only. Can you clarify that?
Thank you. Members of the committee, Jennifer Krupp for the record. Yes, I can clarify that. So the provisions of the Affordable Care Act do restrict the use of carrier premium fee to the operation and administration of the exchange. However, these activities do fall under 42 U.S. Code 18031, 42 U.S. Code 18031, and 42 U.S. Code 18032, which do define the exchanges and exchanges responsibilities to help facilitate the purchase and enrollment of QHPs for qualified employers in the state and for facilitating the enrollment of QHPs offered in the small group market. Further, beginning in 2017, 42 USC 18032 sections F2, and I can get these specific examples to the committee after this meeting. I do have them documented. Expand eligibility to large employers and employers making such employers eligible for one or more qualified health plans offered in the large group market through the exchange. So given the federal provisions of this, these carrier premium fees are well within the provisions of state or federal regulations under the ACA.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair? Thank you so much. Thank you for that explanation and for having the detail. Really important. I'd love it if you would share some of the specifics later. I think it'll be just good for our record keeping purposes so that we know we're utilizing those funds appropriately and that the division has done its due diligence there. Can you, just one more follow-up, can you further clarify, how did the agency determine the exchange fee revenue as the appropriate sole funding source, given the contract's broader PEB, Medicaid, Nevada Health Authority policy components?
Thank you for the question. Again, Jennifer Krupp for the record. The exchange was determined to be the sole revenue source for this component of this actuarial modeling under this project because these are going to be provisions that specifically affect the exchange and impact the exchange. We are truly looking at implementing ICRAs and HSAs through the Nevada Health Link platform, but we will be using PEB modeling, PEB data for our modeling because we have a complete source of that information.
Just to follow up, Stacy Weeks, Director, Nevada Health Authority. It's a good question. So I just want to be clear, there are 5 projects that we're modeling. This is one of them with actuaries. And you did give us state funding for those items. We have a PEB options report we're working on. We have a purchasing strategy we're working on. We have 3 different vendors that we've put together through a procurement process. This is one of the projects. And the reason the exchange has been pulled is because for the funding is because this piece is really looking at how do we make the exchange relevant in the sense of the employer market. We know that there's needs in that space and we need to model what other states like Indiana and others are doing to help attract more individuals to their exchange. Indiana, for example, is using ICRA to offer products to group employers and it's actually working really well. And so one of the ways to test that was to actually look and see if we use some of the PEB data and looked at a large employer in our market, what would that mean for our exchange? Is it good or bad? And we need to model that. So that's what we're doing and trying to help expand coverage in the state. So thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions on this particular item? All right. With that, I will ask for a motion on H79.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on this? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for being with us today. All right, I will go on to the NDOT reclassifications.
Good morning, Chair Dondero Loop and committee members. I'm Joe Harrington, the Communications Director for NDOT. That's HARRINGTON. With me is our Assistant Director of Administration, Felicia Denny, DENNEY for the record. Before you this morning are 6 proposed reclassifications for NDOT. During the 2025 legislative session, the Money Committees recommended that in lieu of requesting new positions, NDOT look at reclassifying some of our existing positions. The positions being proposed for reclassification, should the committee approve, have been long-term vacant. We have also seen a shifting workload at NDOT with fewer projects being put out and less demand on project delivery, but increasing demand due to required technology upgrades related to compliance, HR, administration. So these proposed reclassifications relate directly to that. It's worth noting all but one are downgrades, and they would result in a salary savings to the state of approximately $56,000. We are pleased to stand for any questions you may have this morning.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions on this? I'm sorry, Assemblymember Backus, I could not remember who pulled this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Harrington and Director, for being here. I just kind of had a couple of quick questions. I know that some of the positions being downgraded tend to be in the engineering field. And so with that, my first question would be, are these positions you no longer need, or are like contractual services fulfilling that? I'm trying to think going forward what we're going to be looking at for the next biennium, if these positions are going to have to be re-asked, or additional funds for contracted engineering positions.
Felicia Denny for the record. At this time, we're not anticipating requesting these particular positions at the upcoming biennium. We're continuing to look at our vacant positions to align ourselves with the operational and workload needs moving forward. I do want to mention that we do some contracting of engineering and various other functions, but that's more a function of demand and special people that have special knowledge that maybe our existing staff doesn't have, and able to fill the ebb and flow of the workload. For instance, they may not be needed during winter months when things are shut down, and we need extra during the summer months. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much for that. But then I kind of wanted to, if Madam Chair, I have a follow-up, if that's okay? The thing I wanted to look at also is what we're looking at for these new classified positions. I've listed from your presentation that it kind of pertains to the core NV, the new upgrades. And so with this, are these positions, like I'm kind of curious how you came to figure out the classification and the type of positions that are going to be required for the new software. Was there a study done? Have you all experienced additional work burdens with the new software installation? If you can kind of elaborate for me to kind of understand the needs of the department going forward relative to the new core NV software.
Felicia Denny for the record. Prior to the new core NV system, NDOT had a very highly customized Advantage 2 system that we used for many years. And it had a lot of functionality that the rest of the state didn't have. And that functionality was designed strictly for NDOT. And so while it was nice that we had that functionality, it was also problematic in that the system could not be upgraded because it was so highly customized. And I believe the rest of the state also experienced that with their customization. So with the new Advantage 4 system, we're not having some of those features that we had before. And while we're able now to benefit from the Core NV, the more modernized system, we're also finding areas that we're now having to work offline or maybe do additional data entry. We reached out to our operational units. They've been working in the system a little while now, and they let us know what their needs were. We also saw that they were working quite a bit of overtime, and so we're hoping that this will eliminate the need for some of that overtime. A lot of the need that they had was custom reporting fields that we didn't have maybe in the new system that we had to track. A lot of the data entry, some of the data entry was different that required additional time. And so while we didn't do a formal study, our divisions reached out to our HR group to let them know what their needs were. And our HR group did look at the NPD 19s to see if what they were requesting made sense. And we also provided those to DHRM to review. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And one final inquiry, if that's okay. Do you believe these new positions or reclassified positions will be adequate going into the next biennium, or do you believe there will be additional positions that will be required for the new Core NV or Advantage 4?
At this time, we believe it'll meet our needs. We're continuing to work very closely with the OPM and Core NV team. And so they're bringing out new features all the time. And so while I can't say definitively there won't be a need, that's our understanding at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Finney and Mr. Harrington. And with that, I would move to approve the reclassification of these positions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And second by Senator Nguyen. And with that, is there any discussion on this item? Would all those in favor say aye? Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much, and thank you for the clarification. All right, with that, we will go on to item J. Item J is the contingency account balance statement. This is informational only. We're done with the program lists, so we'll move to this item, and I'll ask Mr. Thorley to begin when he is ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wayne Thorley again for the record, LCB Fiscal Analysis Division. The IFC contingency account statement can be found in volume 4 of the meeting packet for today, beginning on page 7 of volume 4. As usual, the first page in the statement is the summary section. On the agenda today for the committee's consideration are 7 separate contingency account allocation requests. 3 requests are for FY26. These are the requests in agenda item K. In total, these requests are for $3.7 million in unrestricted general fund from the IFC contingency account. And then the other 4 are FY27 requests. Those are in agenda items L1, L2, M, and N. In total, those 4 requests are for $93.1 million in restricted general fund and highway fund. As a reminder for the committee, the unrestricted portion is the amount appropriated each session by the legislature to cover emergency needs that may come up during the biennium. Whereas the restricted portion of the contingency account, that's where the legislature chooses to appropriate funds during session that require additional information or follow-up prior to being allocated. In total, with all 7 allocation requests, the amount is for $96.8 million. If all requests are approved, as stated in the agenda, the balance in the IFC contingency account would be $59.3 million. That would be made up of $40.4 million in the unrestricted general fund portion, $1.6 million in the unrestricted highway fund portion, and then $17.3 million in the restricted and general fund. Restricted general fund and highway fund portion of the contingency account. Happy to answer any questions that the committee members might have about the requests or the statement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Do any committee members have a question on this particular item? It is informational only, so there won't be a vote. So if you have a question, please go ahead. All right, not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Thorley. And we will move on to item K, which is the unrestricted IFC contingency account allocation requests. And we will begin with item K1, which will be heard jointly with agenda item U1B. So we'll invite Director Greenemeyer and Secretary of State's office, if you would like to come up to the table. We will we'll listen to information and then have any questions that may be asked by members.
Tiffany Greenemeyer, Director for the Governor's Finance Office. Item U1B, I'm just going to run through at a high level as to what occurred. The federal government, during the height of the pandemic, awarded funds to the state of Nevada to Division of Public and Behavioral Health through the Department of Veterans. These funds were awarded separately to Southern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services and Northern Nevada Adult Mental Health Services to support the 2% Medicare fee for services. These funds were sent to the Nevada Treasurer, and Public and Behavioral Health claimed both deposits, one for SNAMs and one for NAMs. By accepting these deposits, there was a requirement for veterans to submit a report to the federal government of which only SNAMs was reported on how the funds were spent. NAMs reverted the deposit to the general fund and missed the reporting period. The U.S. Treasurer reclaimed the funds through an offset against the Secretary of State deposit. And with that, I'll stand for any questions. And I do have Public and Behavioral Health here along with veterans.
Assemblymember Hafen, did you have a question on this part? Okay, go ahead, please. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Director. I know we kind of discussed this at our last meeting. So I'm going to ask a very similar question we have a lot of new members here. My understanding of this item is you're requesting $235,000 roughly from the IFC contingency funds for.
Assemblymember Hafen, is your question on the Secretary of State?
Yeah.
Can we hang on to that just for a minute, and we'll do these kind of two parts since the questions are different. Please go ahead, Vice Chair Monroe Moreno.
Thank you. And this was part of our last IFC, and there was a lot of discussion, and you were going to do an investigation, like a deep dive investigation of how we got there. So I just had some questions about the investigation itself and to the source of the state's debt that caused the federal government to withhold part of the Secretary of State's HAVA grant. And if we received a letter of demand for repayment, because I believe it was the CARES Act funds that you mentioned, that letter, to my understanding, came in August of 2023. Why we didn't respond to it then?
Tiffany Greenemeyer for the record. I will have Akia Jones come, Akia Sanders, the director for OFA, to explain, because she did the investigation of how we got here.
Thank you.
Director of the Office of Federal Assistance, Akia Sanders for the record. So as I was digging into all of the different pieces to figure out what happened, it looked like those letters for demand were sent to, I can't remember the exact address, but the Northern Nevada, Nevada Department of Veteran Services facility. I will say that I have found discrepancies on the letters from the federal government. So in this particular incident, when I looked into SAMS.gov to compare the address that was on record to the address that those letters were sent, they did not include the suite number. And so this is my perspective, is that those letters did not make it to the Nevada Department of Veteran Services.
Okay, so the letters were supposed to go to the Department of Veteran Services, but if I understood correctly from what the GFO was saying, the money that wasn't reported on correctly was from the Department of Health and Human Services that didn't report on the money correctly. Before I ask my next question, let's make sure I understand that part correctly.
Akia Sanders for the record. What we found in investigating this is those dollars came into our Nevada State Treasurer office, and it was during the COVID-19 pandemic. It seemed like there was some confusion around, they were related to the unique entity identifier, so the UEI number through SAMS.gov for the Nevada Department of Veteran Services, but they were supposed to be allocated to DPBH. And so there was some confusion around who should be reporting. And so as me and Director Greenemeyer were digging into this, I mean, this was 6 years ago, and finding email chains, DPBH was trying to identify if they should report on these dollars because they received the funding, and it did not happen. And so that's what got us into this situation. And it seemed like the federal government sent DPBH demand letters as well, but it was crossed from the UEI. So you got Nevada Department of Veteran Services receiving demand letters with the incorrect address. You got DPBH receiving emails, and they're kind of like, where did this money go? And so all of this, as me and Director Greenemeyer, as well as DPBH and NDVS, we've been pulling all of this data from 6 years ago to try to piece this puzzle together. But that is what we have found. I hope that made sense.
It does, and it's concerning, right? 6 years. So it's 6 years ago, we didn't have the grants office that we do have now. So moving forward, so the state doesn't find itself in this situation again, where the federal government looks and says, oh, this wasn't reported to us correctly, so there's money in the state. We're just going to take the money from wherever we take it. And it appears that that's what they did, and just took it from the Secretary of State's office, which had absolutely nothing to do with the reporting that was not reported on, because apparently addresses weren't correct. So now that we do have a grants office, looking forward, what are the steps we're going to take to prevent this future debt offset by the federal government? Can we align the addresses to the grants office so that all of the information goes to one source, and that one source can tell the divisions and agencies within the state, hey, this is what needs to be done?
Director Sanders, Akia Sanders for the record. Thank you for that question. These are the exact things that I've been working on, and I'm in the process of putting together a cleanup BDR for next session to streamline our UEIs. We're working with the Governor's Finance Office as well as the Governor's Office to make sure that this happens, as well as some of the things that me and Director Greenemeyer have been doing as of late, because this isn't stopping. We're dealing with this constantly, but we just don't want to bring those type of issues to this body if we can handle it at the lowest level possible, right? But I am a point of contact for that TOPS program, as well as the Controller's Office. And when those notifications come in, immediately they're reaching out to the Finance Office, to my office, as well as the Controller's Office, to be made whole and to remedy those situations. And so me and Director Greenemeyer have had quite a bit of those instances as of late. And so we're trying to remedy them as soon as they happen, but also within training from my office, as well as, hands-on compliance reviews and desk audits of divisions and agencies to try to be more proactive so that way we don't have these conversations in the future.
Madam Chair? Please. Thank you. I appreciate the fact that you don't want to bring it to this body and try to take care of it at the lowest point possible. The chair might kill me for saying this, but they do say that these positions are part-time positions. But what I've learned in being the chair of IFC, the chair of the Ways and Means Committee, our job is full-time, 24/7 kind of job, even weekends. And we have an amazing fiscal staff, both in the Senate and the Assembly. And I would ask that when you find these discrepancies or issues, that you bring it to the attention of our fiscal staff, and they can bring it to the chairs and vice chairs' attention, so we know that it's going on and we're working on it. Because I consider us part of that lower line. We have got elected to these positions to do the work, and we're here to do that work and help you be successful and to make sure that we are not out of compliance with any federal dollars that are in our state. So if I could just get commitment on record, and the chair will probably kick me for getting more phone calls, but
Director Akia Sanders for the record. Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
And this is Tiffany Greenemeyer. I concur. We will make sure that fiscal staff has the information.
Thank you so much.
Additional questions, Vice Chair?
I do. If there aren't any other questions on the offsets and how we're going to improve systems moving forward, I just had some questions on the HAVA money that was taken from Secretary of State, but I could go after unless there's another member that has questions on the offset.
Okay, I'm gonna jump back and let you all give us some additional information. And then, and we'll let Assembly Member Hafen ask his question. And so we'll move forward on that. And when you're ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Volashin, and I'm the Deputy Secretary of State for Elections. Here today on behalf of Secretary of State Francisco Aguilar. I am joined down south by Chief Deputy Murphy Aber in Las Vegas, who is, I believe, if not in the room right now, will be walking up momentarily. This agenda item, as you know, is in relation to the agency's request for $235,558, which is to replace funds taken by the federal government as part of a debt offset. This $235,000 was part of a $1 million Help America Vote Act grant appropriation. As you heard from the GFO just a moment ago, the circumstances that led to the debt offset, but I'm going to be spending the next few minutes addressing one specific question. And that question is, why is the Secretary of State asking for this $235,558 now instead of waiting until the 2027 session? There are two reasons that justify this request now instead of later. First, we are currently under an audit of the Help America Vote Act grant by the Federal Elections Assistance Commission, the EAC. This audit started in February of this year, and as we disclosed this debt offset immediately to the auditors, it was quickly identified as a potential audit finding. This audit finding would likely result in the EAC requiring the Office of the Secretary of State to repay the offset amount associated with the Election Security Award, including the applicable interest, which grows at approximately $1,000 per month. And if the amount remained unpaid, the EAC auditors told us that they would need to consider additional corrective actions to resolve the finding, such as initiating debt collection, which may include fees and penalties, or restricting further expenditures of the Election Security Fund from the EAC. Second, as you know, we are in an election year. There are a number of situations that may present themselves before February of 2027 that would warrant the expenditure of the $4,101,118.39 currently in the grant account, along with the $235,558 that would be added if this debt offset is made whole by the committee today. To be clear, the approximately $4.1 million in the HAVA grant are being currently held as a contingency fund to be used only in the event of emergencies relating to the administration of federal elections. Elections are expensive, An emergency that warrants spending these funds from the HAVA grant would likely need a time-sensitive resolution, meaning the Secretary of State may not have the ability to come to a regularly scheduled meeting of the Interim Finance Committee to ask for the additional funding if we hope to mount an effective response. To eliminate any ambiguity and to ensure that you understand the gravity of the situation, here is what I'm specifically referring to. The possibility of a major cyber attack, again impacting the state, leading up to or during the general election this year, at a time when federal funding for cyber defense is extremely low and the costs of proper statewide mitigation are rising. Recent cost estimates would put that alone at well over $500,000, depending on the scope, impact, and duration of the requested support. The execution of a federal warrant, similar to the one conducted in Fulton County, Georgia in January of this year, in which ballots and election information were seized due to alleged irregularities in the 2020 election. Were a similar warrant to be executed here before the general election, it might result in the seizure of voting machines, ballot sorters, and other equipment that had been used in the 2020 election cycle, and it would need to be quickly replaced to enable voters to vote or their ballots to be processed and tabulated before our statutory deadlines. These machines range in cost from hundreds of dollars each to approximately $350,000 for certain critical low-density items. Depending on the timing of such an event, or even due to other unrelated issues during the general election, there may be a need for a special election and the resending of mail ballots so that the will of the voters may be known prior to the start of the February legislative session, at a possible cost of ballot stock and postage, depending on which counties are affected, ranging from $850,000 upwards of $4 million for ballot stock and postage alone. Even this month, we may see the fiscal impacts of the currently dynamic rules governing our election. The Supreme Court decision on Watson v. RNC, which will likely be released next week, may require extensive voter outreach and education so that our electorate understands what it means to them and how, if at all, it will alter our election this fall. To be effective, voter education is not cheap, as we would want to try to reach every voter across the state so that they have a chance to hear the news and understand what's going on. All of these efforts, of course, would be done hand in hand with our partners across the state and counties, but we cannot assume that every county will have all or even some of the contingency funding needed to properly address these issues. Indeed, many counties have indicated tightening budgets, especially our rural counties, making every single penny critical in our efforts to support our voters' rights across the entire state. Secretary Aguilar and I pray more than anyone that there will be no reason to expend any of the Help America Vote Act grant this calendar year. But we would be foolish not to prepare for the possibilities I described. And that is why this request is before you this morning. That being said, Madam Chair, Chief Deputy Abear and I are available for questions.
Thank you so much for that information. All right, with that, I do believe Assemblymember Hafen, I'm sorry to have interrupted you earlier. Please go ahead with your question.
No, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Woloshyn. You did answer a lot of my questions. There are clearly a lot of moving targets, but it is my understanding that you guys have, or the Secretary of State's office has over $4 million in reserves. And you're requesting, $235,000 from the IFC contingency fund. And I'm just really trying to wrap my head around why the request now rather than once you have utilized a majority of the $4 million that you currently have in reserves, if some of the scenarios that you mentioned were to come true, and why request it now versus wait and see if any of these outcomes actually do occur. And then I just did want to note for the new members here today on the committee, I asked last time, and the answer was that the Interim Finance Committee has never done this before, where an agency or department applied for a grant, did not receive 100% of the grant funds, and then the IFC backfilled the portion that was not granted. And so it is to me, it's setting a precedent. So I just wanted the new members here today to know the back story on that. But if you could address the question on why now and why not you utilize your reserves first and foremost before coming to IFC to ask for additional funds.
Thank you for the question, Assembly Member. Chair, through you to the Assembly Member, Mark Velashan, for the record. It's an excellent question, and it really comes down to timing. Again, those scenarios that we discussed, as we've worked very closely with our county, city, and state partners, assessing what the response might look like. In some of them, it came down to days that mattered to be able to affect, again, successful voting by voters. The concern I think that the Secretary has and that I echo is that if we wait, and it does turn out that the $200,000, again, maybe what would have been beneficial or helped address a need in a timely manner, but we simply didn't ask for it, either because we wanted to wait until the 2027 session or out of a fear of establishing, again, a precedent, which I might defer to Director Grinmeyer about, then it would essentially, like, why not? Is it simply the process of coming to IFC that would have been too much? Like, why wouldn't we have asked for something that, again, the federal government has approved? The funds essentially ended up with the state. And again, it all ties back to making sure that we're as flexible as possible and can be as timely as possible if anything, heaven forbid, happens.
Hi, for the record, I'm Murphy Aber. I'm Chief Deputy to the Chair and Assembly Member. Additionally, part of the reason why we need to do this now is because we are involved in an audit of our HAVA grant funding. If the audit findings do not include a recoup of this money, it could make it difficult for us to receive federal funding for elections in the future. So that adds to the timeline pressures that we're facing.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. Is there any mechanism that the Secretary of State's office currently has to use its reserves to replace that 235,000? Or is that something that the Interim Finance Committee would have to approve?
Thank you for the question, Assembly Member. Chairman, for the record, Murphy Aber, Chief Deputy for the Secretary of State's office. We have explored that. There does not seem to be any immediate way to fix that using funds that we already have, in part because these are federal grant dollars. Yep.
Thank you. And I believe Vice Chair Monroe Moreno has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for further clarification to the Deputy from the Secretary of State's office. So the money that was withheld, and my colleague is correct, we have had to backfill grants through IFC for federal grants that have been taken. But the money that we would be backfilling that we're discussing today, and we discussed at the last IFC meeting, was monies that were, I guess I could say, improperly taken from the Secretary of State, because that was the only area in the state that the federal government could take money from. And we're in the middle of an election cycle, right? And so making sure that the HAVA grant is made whole to make sure that Nevada's elections, you have the funding that you need for whatever to make sure that access to the polls, the safety of the election, everything is in place. And as you go through this audit, all of the dollars that should have been there, although they were the ones that took it, are there. Is that correct?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mark Velashan, for the record. Yes, exactly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two questions. The first one, there's been the use of taken. Did you actually receive the money and then the federal government took it back?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Mark Velashan, for the record, through your chair to the Senator. No, ma'am. The $1 million of the grant was appropriated, but when the check, so to speak, arrived, it was short the $213,000.
So, follow up if I might, Madam Chair. So you applied for the grant, you thought you were awarded $1 million, but in reality, you got 700,000 plus. That's correct. You hadn't spent that $1 million, correct?
Mark Voloshin for the record. That's correct. We did not spend the $1 million. We did not spend the $213,000. The Election Assistance Commission that oversaw the HAVA grant appropriated the $1 million, sent us the information saying that we were going to get $1 million. But it was essentially a different agency out of the federal government that withheld the other funds.
Okay, and finally, I just need some clarification. If you had had this money and you talk about election integrity and concerns, if this grant had been awarded in its entirety, would it had helped prevent the premature release of results during election in the primary?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Mark Voloshin for the record. No, that would not have been the case.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we're not talking about that subject. While we would like to make this political, what we're talking about is that a grant was applied for and that grant money was not received in whole. This was not, this was a failure of, I would say, communication among many avenues, and not the failure of the Secretary of State's office. I think that we need to remember that we all live in this state and that we, all of us, have an obligation to make sure that if there is funding available and it is applied for and it is received, and then it is not received, we have an obligation as legislators to ferret that out, make sure that indicate that is given honestly. And like I said, this was just sort of a failure of the system in a whole and not one person's fault. And it had nothing to do, most certainly, with this last election. So with that, as Vice Chair Amano Moreno, did you have another question or comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we get it on the record that there was a grant applied for. The $1 million was awarded to the Secretary of State's office. However, once the funding came in, the funding was shorted by a discrepancy from another office. So the $1 million was supposed to go to the Secretary of State's office. That's what was awarded through the HAVA grant. Another request that I have for the GFO and the Secretary of State's office, if we find ourselves in this type of situation in the future, that this body is made aware of that in a much more timelier manner, that our fiscal staff is made aware that a grant that we had expected because we were awarded the grant came in at an amount shorter than what we had anticipated, that our fiscal staff is made aware of that in a timely manner so that they can let the leaders of the Senate Finance Committee and the Ways and Means Committee know that we have a situation going on in the state, especially when it comes to elections. But knowing that we're right now under an investigation and audit, that as a state, we have a responsibility to make sure that that is whole. Two separate items, none of it's political. Want to make sure that the state of Nevada is in the best situation, especially when we're going through a federal audit. That's all I wanted to get on the record, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, seeing any additional questions, concerns, Assemblymember Brown-May, did you have a question?
I do. I just have one quick one. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Mine is really an audit question. Given that we're talking about a couple of different agencies within the state and the federal government, I'm curious to know, does this audit come through the Comptroller's office at all? Like, who is heading this audit?
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Mark Voloshin for the record. The audit is actually being run and overseen by the Elections Assistance Commission. It's part of their process to go state to state, year to year, and conduct these audits of the HAVA grant and the recipients really across the nation. So it's an organization, it's a contractor essentially from the Elections Assistance Commission that we're working closely with. The audit has started in February, will go through essentially August or so, but no, it does not go through any other state-specific agency. It's simply direct from the Federal Election Assistance Commission to the Secretary of State's office.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, with that, seeing no more questions, I will call for the motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Assembly Member Hafen.
Just clarification on the motion, Chair. If the funds are not used by the end of this, by December 31st, would the funds then revert back to the IFC contingency fund? Or would they stay with the Secretary of State's office?
They will stay with the Secretary of State's office.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to be a no on this item. I think it sets a terrible precedent. If any other agency applies for a grant and they don't get the grant they expected, we may be having to backfill lots of things. And so I think they have money in their contingency that they haven't spent, $4.2 million. I think this is absolutely not okay. So I will be a no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Nays from Hafen, Titus, and Steinbeck, and Rogich. And Assembly Member O'Neill. All right. Thank you very much. Motion passes. Oh, Patchett. I'm sorry, Assemblymember Patchett. You didn't raise your hand in class quite high enough. Thank you very much. All right, with that, motion passes. And with that, folks, I am going to pause right here before we go on to K2 agenda item because lunch is here. So I am going to take a brief recess. And let's say we'll probably be back around 12:45. And so thank you very much for your patience as we break. And with that, we will be in recess.
All right, microphone test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Microphone check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Okay, if I can have everybody reconvene, I would appreciate it. And we will move up on the agenda to item K, 2A, which is a request from the Division of Public and Behavioral Health for an allocation of $858,500. And we will welcome Administrator Andrea Rivers.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Co-Chair, members of the committee. Thank you again for your time today. We appreciate it. For the record, Andrea Rivers. I do serve as the administrator for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. For the Division of Public and Behavioral Health within the Department of Human Services. I'm also joined today by State Forensic Director Drew Cross. Before you in the committee under agenda item K2A is a request for an allocation in the amount of $858,500 from the IFC contingency account to the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, budget account 3161, category 4 operations, to fund the unbudgeted payment of sanctions imposed by the 8th Judicial District Court in Clark County for delays in admitting certain individuals for inpatient forensic treatment. We stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And I do believe Assemblymember Backus has a couple questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I do believe I have a couple questions. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for your high overview, but can I trouble you to provide us with an update as to the current wait list and the time for restoration of competency in Clark County, Washoe County, as well as our rural communities?
Good afternoon, Drew Cross for the record. Our current wait list as of June 17th, 2026 in Clark County is 163 individuals. We have 12 individuals awaiting services in the rural counties and 5 individuals awaiting services in Washoe County. There's a total wait list of 180 individuals as of June 17th, 2026. I'd like to note that the wait list was 241 in February 2026. The current wait list shows a reduction of around 25%.
Thank you so much for that update. And I kind of have a two-part question. I was looking, I read a recent article regarding the funds that were being, being sought for these fines, and noticed that when the courts are levying the fines, they're directing that the fines go to the Mojave Mental Health. And I was curious if any of the fines are directed anywhere else, like are they going back to the court? Kind of just curious if it's all going 100% to the Mojave Mental Health.
Madam Chair, through you to committee member, for the record, Andrea Rivers. Yes, and Clark County fines do solely go to Mojave Health.
Thank you for this. And just my last question, if this request is approved, do you have any idea what additional funds that the agency anticipates will be needed due to further court orders for fines during fiscal year 2026 and fiscal year 2027? And I'm just hoping we get our wonderful building up and going by that time. But if we have any idea what we're looking at in the future.
Thank you so much for the question, Madam Chair, through you to community member. For the record, Andrea Rivers. It's unknown at this time if similar requests will need to be made. The agency monitors perfected orders for fines and sanctions by the court systems and will continue to work through our partners at the Department of Human Services Director's Office as well as the GFO for other future requests, including IFC contingency.
Madam Chair, that was my, actually, I do have a couple more questions, if that's okay. Can we also, I know during, I think it was our special session, we did allocate some funding in the past for jail-based competency programming. And I was curious if you could provide an update on the operations of the jail-based behavioral health treatment program in Clark County.
Thank you for the question. For the record, Andrea Rivers. Chair, through you to committee member. Great question. Yes, during the November 2025 special session, we did receive an allocation of money. At this time, we still remain in good collaboration and partnership with our governor's office and other partners, including Clark County, to move forward in collaboration and partnership on a full competency restoration program, and work is being done to move in that direction.
And then also looking at my backup materials, I think I understand there may be a difference between the funding that's going to Washoe and the funding that's going to Clark County. And so if you know, I'm just kind of curious what that difference between the jail-based treatment and jail-based competency restoration is, and why is the latter like not available in Clark County?
Drew Cross for the record. Madam Chair, through you to the committee member. So the jail-based treatment program is a supportive model where medication, a treatment plan, and a supportive milieu is built around the population awaiting forensic services. It does stop short of restoration. It's a process that initiates medication earlier in the timeline, which should reduce the length of stay for those individuals in Clark County. It's also a program that is a great program to go back to once you've been restored. Being restored is a delicate process, and we have historically had individuals who would stop treatment and they would revert back to their baseline. With this program in place, those individuals are supported through adjudication, so they can return to that program and maintain competency. Jail-based restoration much more mirrors the state forensic facility. Legal process is offered. There's contact with the attorneys. There's education given specific to their court case and how an individual would proceed in a court setting. So it is going to fulfill what we refer to as the Dusky standard, the 3 prongs of competency. That's going to be the foundation of the jail-based restoration program, that you understand your charges, you can work with your attorney, you understand the adversarial nature of the courtroom setting. That's what the restoration program is going to be focused on.
And Madam Chair, my last question, if that's okay. I'm just kind of curious, I mean, because it seems like most of our backlog is down in Clark County, and where we're receiving our fines from the 8th Judicial District Court. And maybe, I'm not sure if it was the way we funded this or not, but why is it that the money that was allocated to Clark County doesn't do the jail-based competency restoration, since that's kind of seems to be like what is needed right now, and those numbers, even though I applaud you for decreasing those numbers down to 25%, but just kind of curious, like we can't focus that on Clark County as well.
Thank you for the question. For the record, Andrea Rivers. Madam Chair, through you to committee member. These programs take collaboration and partnership, not one size fits all. And so we are working with Clark County and their needs, and hoping to move forward on a fully enriched competency restoration program at a later date.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on K2B? Okay, not seeing any. With that, I'll accept a motion. Oh, sorry, K2A. I said B.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Thank you very much. Motion passes, and thank you very much for your information and for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we will go on to item L, restricted, 2 requests from the Office of Project Management for allocations for the contingency account to continue the implementation of the core NV system. The 2 agenda items will be heard jointly with agenda item T, which is a status update on the core NV project. So Director Bowles and Administrator Phillips, when you are ready, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Brian Bowles, Office of Project Management, for the record. With me is our Administrator, Brady Phillips, as well as Director of the GFO, Tiffany Greenemeyer, in case there are any questions in that direction. Thank you once again for your time and an opportunity to speak about the good work we are doing on the Core NV project. You have, I'll go ahead and take the informational item in T first. As a brief overview, you have the memorandum in your packet for the status report of the Core NV ERP project for the reporting period covering January, February, and March of this year. To give a brief update, we did phase 2 implementations in the HR side of the house with NeoGov modules Insight, Onboard, Learn, and Attract successfully first with Insight on January 12th and with the other 3 on March 16th. The team has been diligently working toward our July 1 go-lives for debt management, accounts receivable on the finance side, and employee self-service and manager self-service modules on the HR side. We are on track and ready to go with those in about 2 weeks. With that, I will turn over the action item request to our Administrator, Brady Phillips.
Good afternoon, Brady Phillips for the record. Today we are here requesting 2 separate work programs. We separated these based on our prior communications with the committee. So the first one is for approximately $28.4 million, and that is our funding for fiscal year 2027 to keep the project moving forward. Our second work program is for approximately $393,000. That is for a funding request for 2 separate enhancements. One is for our data warehouse expansion into the cloud in what is called a data lake. And the second is for the artificial intelligence package within the Core NV system as offered by CGI. Coming back to this year for fiscal year 2026, we appear in very good shape to be closing out the fiscal year. In fact, we are looking at rolling forward approximately $1 million or more. And our conversations at this point with both GFO and LCB is that we will roll forward those dollars into fiscal year 2027, but then place them in a reserve category so that they are available, but we would have to come back to this body to request through a work program to utilize those funds moving forward. Because of that, we have not adjusted our work program for the fiscal year 27 ask at all. That is our full request at this point and our full anticipated need because these dollars from 26 would go into reserve. With that money in reserve, currently we are contemplating a potential return in either August or October to the IFC body. We understand there are ongoing concerns and thoughts around the ACFR and CFA financial reporting, and one of the items we brought during budget closing or through the budget process was a Workiva comptroller's package. That was estimated at around $1 million. Now that we have this savings that we are looking to have realized, we will be having more discussions and the reality of coming back to ask this body for potential approval for that package once again. So again, that will come in either October or August if appropriate. We have a few more things to address today to ensure you are aware. 2 items for outside funding. We are currently looking at SB 452 from this last session, set aside monies for training dollars. We are working with both GFO and the Department of Administration to use approximately $600,000 of that. And the intent would be to extend the training that we are currently offering through next June for Core NV to make sure our end users across the state are getting the training they need with each of our rollouts moving forward. We're also working with GFO and DETR to potentially identify additional funds that could be utilized for additional or expanded scope of that training for our end user employees so that we're not utilizing these dollars here and utilizing already appropriated dollars in the appropriate manner for which they've already been approved. The second that we're looking at is we're working with the Division of Social Services right now. They have been looking for a replacement for their check printing software, and this is for all their different social services. That is at approximately $192,000 we're looking to utilize from their appropriated funding that they will be using because they've requested that we looked into what's called the check writer module. It is another module that would implement with Core NV. It is a CGI offering, but it would replace their legacy system and then incorporate into our current ERP moving forward, as well as back to their in-house software that they need for printing these checks for their social services. And lastly, today, we have realized 2 things for savings that we're looking for that go along today we want to make sure you're aware of. One is during the budget closing, we were approved for $250,000 and that was for NDOT budget structures to be built that we originally thought were going to be needed to solve an issue for them. If our enhancement for the artificial intelligence package is approved today, through our discovery, we do not believe that will be needed any longer, so that $250,000 could go towards the artificial intelligence, solves NDOT's issues, and also bolsters the ability for other state agencies and the benefits they will receive from that AI package. The second that we have is, we discussed this at the last IFC meeting, but we are now finalized and the change request is complete on this. The local support services team is a team of 6 individuals who help us support Core NV from CGI. They are assigned to the state and they work on our production support side. We had been approved during budget closing to extend them for 3 months because the contract for them currently runs out in March of next year. So it was the 3 months to get us through the end of the fiscal year in the biennium. That was at a cost of $575,000. CGI, being good partners with us and realizing the needs of the state, agreed to extend that contract at 0 cost to the state. So we expeditiously signed that change request at 0 cost and gained those resources through the end of the biennium. With that information, we stand ready for questions.
Thank you very much. And I do believe Senator Nguyen has a couple questions.
Thank you. You kind of answered some of the funding mechanisms, but I know that during the 2025 legislative session, the the request for the Samantha Plus AI assistant enhancement was requested, and I know we specifically did not approve that portion. Can you explain to us why we should do that now? I mean, you kind of gave a little bit of, a primer on why we might want to consider it, but can you be a little bit more specific on why you're requesting this, given that we specifically didn't approve it during the 25 session?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Again, Director Brian Bowles, through the chair to you for the record. So with the development of this AI tool, it has come a long way since we last spoke about it in session in 2025. We are now fully confident that bringing this AI tool forward will benefit the state in a much greater fashion than some of the solutions that we had previously contemplated back at that time, and we are realizing the amount of benefit that the state can bring forward with this AI is well worth the expenditure. Just to go into a little bit of detail about this tool, it is an AI large language model that is contained entirely within the very robust cybersecurity framework of our ERP. And available only to users that are within that ERP, utilizing the data and knowledge that we would build into it as a library to benefit the state workers that are using this new system. When we approached this body during session, there was the Department of Transportation need to build a secondary budget structure for them so that they could have some of their complicated validation tables for their expenditures needs met. That was the portion that Administrator Phillips was talking about, that we have a $250,000 savings as a result of not needing to do that. We can actually do that within the AI tool for a cheaper cost. What that does is it then allows every other state agency that might have a similar need to leverage the capabilities of the AI tool in the same manner that NDOT seeks to immediately. This AI tool works in a fashion where we are able to build the library that it relies on for delivering answers. Essentially, what we can do with this tool is to build directly into our ERP and load it with all of the relevant Nevada revised statutes, all of the relevant Nevada administrative codes across the entire enterprise. And department by department, we can differentiate and load those particular departments' unique policies and procedures, the state administrative manual, and in the case of transportation, very complicated validation tables. Once that happens, we can have the AI turned on for every single financial or human resource transaction that that department does. And not only will the system look at that transaction that as it is being attempted to go through the very rigid boundaries that we have set within configuration, with the AI tool, it can then pass through a legal, regulatory, policy, and validation gate unique to that particular transaction and immediately inform the end user if they are doing something that is outside of policy or maybe outside of the legal scope of their ability to do so. It is an absolutely tremendous capability that we are excited to showcase here and really do want to bring forward into the ERP. On top of that, the AI tool brings forward a capability called optical character recognition. This will allow all of the end users on an account payable to take an invoice from a PDF that they may get via email and immediately have the ERP through this AI tool load that invoice into both as a scanned PDF and to parse the information from that invoice and load it directly into the relevant transaction that is appropriate for that agency without the data entry. That user would then see every field that was populated directly by the AI, validate it, and press that to final, therefore paying the state's bill much quicker. In recent months, we have been engaged in talks with some other AI vendors and actually did a proof of value study with another vendor on one division within the state enterprise. We learned that when we pointed a tool of this nature directly at the ability to pay our bills on time and what that workflow looked like, that just within fiscal year 2025, this one particular division experienced approximately $90,000 in liability of potential late fees for not getting their bills paid on time. It was identified by these tools that the break-even point on that was an 11-day period in which if we got the invoices entered into the system 11 days or sooner, that the bills got paid on time. And it was a significant higher risk of those bills not being paid and incurring a fee if it happened after 11 days. With the implementation of an OCR technology, which comes with this AI like this, we can drive down the amount of time it takes our users to put the invoices into the system, thereby avoiding those late fees and letting the state, be good business partners and pay our bills on time. Although it's a very volatile statistic in taking it into the entire state enterprise, if you took that $90,000 in potential avoidance of fees and took it across the state enterprise, it represents a potential $4 million savings or avoidance of that liability just on making this one small expenditure for the state. And lastly, I would say the amount of ability that we would bring forward with this AI tool into the ERP really seeks to change the way that all users will interact with our new system, whether it be in a financial or a human resource perspective. This tool will allow someone to go in, say an agency director, and who does not have a lot of deep financial acumen in knowing how to get around the system, and be able to ask the system a real language query about how much realized funding they currently have in a particular budget account, or where their request for a recruitment is, and have the system, which has access to all of the data within it, return a real plain English answer to that question. The opportunities for increased and more creative reporting and getting data out of the system, it would be dramatically improved, as well as this is an opportunity to do something that I think we've never really realized before. Once we load this AI tool into the system and make it available to all of our end users, and it has the capability of having all of the relevant statutes, codes, policies, procedures, and whatever else that we load into this that we think is mindful for the system to pay attention to. You have the real opportunity for a brand new user to sit down at their job and have a system that understands as much about our processes and the specific processes of that department as a 25-year veteran of that department with all of that knowledge at that person's fingertips. The great efficiency that this brings the state is immediately visible when looked through that lens. This tool has very recently come to the ERP and Advantage4 tool. With this expenditure and the ongoing addition to the subscription fee, it becomes a part of the baseline of our Advantage4 system. and any and all improvements to this as we march down through the years and realize new capabilities and new ways to use this will become part of our baseline expenditure every year as we pay the SaaS fees. So we believe that this single relatively small expenditure is really outsized in its impact to the state's process and our ability to leverage our new system into the future in new and exciting ways. Thank you.
Chair, would you mind if I follow up with a couple other questions? Thank you. Thank you for the updated status report on the essentially the evolution of that technology since the last legislative session. Kind of in tune with this, can you talk about the scope changes that were identified during the phase 2 discovery that may result in additional funding requests in the future?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Again, Director Brian Bowles, for the record, through the chair to you. We are constantly learning things and learning the things that we knew that we didn't know when we were going into this. One of the hallmarks of our contract early on when we first engaged with CGI was a realization that we would be learning as we were going. And so as we have gone through phase 2, we have determined that there new things keep popping up all the time. In fact, as early as this past Tuesday, we were looking at some potentially new modules or features that we believe the state might need to complete out its ERP. And so those are always ongoing, and we are still working on some of those. Certainly one of the things that Administrator Phillips mentioned that we would like to revisit in light of the ACFR and CFA reporting from the Controller's Office is a return to the request for the Comptroller's package through Workiva, which is a robust and comprehensive reporting tool that the Controller's Office would then use to pull the data and prepare their reports. With regards to anything specific, we are still driving down to those particular items, and we intend to bring those forward in the future, but we actually don't have anything scoped out as far as cost. But there are things both on the finance side and on the human resources side that we are very interested in, and we would like to reserve the time to get a little bit more smart about those, including how those cost before we bring those forward to the body.
Thank you. And finally, I know that there was previously Plant Moran, the independent verification and validation vendor. And can you explain why they were not renewed to provide oversight and reporting during phase 2 of implementation? I know that their final report was submitted on November 2025. So I'm just curious on why they weren't renewed, and then also what kind of recommendations do we adopt from their final report as well? So kind of a two-part question.
Certainly. Again, thank you, Senator, for the question. Director Brian Bowles, through the chair to you. So at a high level, once we've completed phase 1, which was our most critical and risky phase with the transition from our legacy systems, we realized that the services that Plant Moran was providing were largely duplicative of the services that Barry Dunn, our drop-in PMO, was providing. We felt that we really did need Plant Moran's third-party view as we were going through that riskiest phase, but realized by the end of phase 1 that we were getting duplicative services. And it was the best interest of the state to save that funding by moving away from Plant Moran as we moved into phase 2. And I should note that this was even the opinion of the Plant Moran lead at the time that I was in discussion with, who told me that she completely understood the decision and in fact didn't feel that we needed their IV&V support further because we had been successful and that we were set up. I'll defer to my colleague Administrator Phillips for the actual dollar figures, but originally, and one of the other major reasons that we decided to move away from Plant Moran is that the original contract with them was set to only go to the end of the original contract scope, which would have ended us in about September or October of this calendar year. After the push into June of 2027 for the end of phase 2, which occurred at the beginning or about mid-2025, the Plant Moran contract was not extended at that time as well to cover that additional time. we realized that we would have to come back to this body and request an additional chunk of money to extend Plant Moran to get them to the end of phase 2, and determined that right at the end of phase 1, before phase 2 began, was the perfect time to go ahead and move off of that contract so that we did not have to come back to this body for an additional expenditure to keep Plant Moran going for what we consider duplicative services. And Administrator Phillips, if you have those numbers ready.
Do. Brady Phillips for the record. The number is $696,375 that we saved under the contract between January of this year and October of this year. That does not include what our contract negotiations would have included for that 7-month extension we would have been considering had we kept them on project.
And so, again, Brian Bowles for the record, to answer your second question, Senator, through the chair to you. What recommendations of theirs did we end up following? And I can just say that I don't have that in front of me, so I'm not going to speak definitively point by point on what they may have said, but we recently did a review with my Barry Dunn, project director, about the Plant Moran final reporting. We essentially took their recommendations throughout their tenure on phase 1 of the project and implemented their good ideas immediately if we could implement those in a very timely fashion. As it sits right now, I am assured by our Barry Dunn project director that there are no outstanding findings or recommendations from them from that final report that we have not either gotten past and have no need of anymore because we are done with phase 1, or that we have incorporated into our overall methodology.
And just finally, Chair, so if we don't have this independent verification and validation vendor to provide a final report, who will be doing that final report at the conclusion of phase 2 of this project and make any further recommendations if we don't have them? You had said that there was kind of duplicative services, so I'm just wondering where that oversight will come from and whether or not there are like specific people tasked with preparing those report and recommendations.
Again, thank you for the question, Senator. Director Brian Bowles. So that final reporting at the end of phase 2 will be tasked to the Barry Dunn staff and that firm who has a very long and storied experience with IV&V services as well as project management services. Will be delivering that.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. And Senator Neal, did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a question about you used an example about how the I don't know if it's Samantha that's being used, where you said that, you know, a person can get in front of the system who doesn't necessarily have any kind of financial knowledge and then basically do a query and then get information. Is that accurate?
That is the promised functionality. Excuse me, Brian Bowles for the record. Yes, Senator, that is the functionality that is afforded in that tool.
So I guess in my mind, just taking it out to a broader and global thought, which is, so we're not actually doing the business of training anyone to actually have human knowledge, just the system itself.
Director Brian Bowles for the record, through the chair to you, ma'am. No, we actually have a very robust training. It just illustrates the ability of the system to be a catalyst for that training. The humans, of course, will have a deep set of knowledge, those that have worked with us, and those that are new coming in to use the system will essentially have an accelerator right there within the system that will help train them as they go about their business. So there is a very robust training requirement that on the finance side, the controller's office maintains, and on the human resources side, the Division of Human Resource Management maintains, as far as a standard of training that is required before someone has the authority to get a login into the system in the first place. So that training standard is still in effect and, in my mind, will remain in effect in perpetuity.
Follow up, Madam Chair? Yes. So how are you tracking the decision making that is being done by the AI system and the errors that are inherently a part of the AI system? How is that being tracked?
Director Brian Bowles, through the chair to you, Senator, thank you for the question. That is a bit of the functionality that I do not know, so I'm not going to opine at this time. I can certainly get that information back to you. We'll definitely make a note of that. I will comment, though, that one of the things that will lessen the instances of hallucination that we hear about when we read about these new AI models is that because this AI large language model is restricted only to the data by which we put in its library and the data that exists within the system, the opportunity for it to hallucinate anything is dramatically decreased because it is only pulling from that data that exists that has already been vetted and validated by our staff.
Madam Chair, final follow-up. So I'm glad you brought up the hallucinations piece, because even with the federal agencies, when they have input law and policy into the system, there have been issues of non-compliance or failure of the AI system to comply with the law and policy because it may interpret on its own or deviate. So how are we guarding against that?
Thank you for the question again, Director Brian Bowles. For the record, Senator, through the chair to you. The way that we're implementing this is that there will never not be a human at the wheel. This AI doesn't make decisions on its own. It only puts up potential warnings on a transaction that it may flag as being outside of the documents that we load into that particular library. So there is always a worker that is managing that particular transaction in whatever part of the ERP or stage that it is in, that is ultimately responsible for the correct application of that transaction. And so it is being used as a tool, and there's always a human at the helm, so to speak, in every transaction throughout any of our interactions with this tool.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just think this is an example of a couple things, right? I mean, when we talk about workforce, which was a conversation we had earlier, you know, I think the larger question, I think as a legislative body that we're going to have to deal with in the future is, you know, how many people are at the helm and how many people are going to be outsourced from their position, and what state workers will now be, you know, transitioned to some other agency or unemployment due to this over-reliance on AI. And I think that this might be the agency to try to figure out what is the fine balance between, you know, data privacy, financial data privacy, how many workers should be in an agency, how many workers should be a part of the state system, and our preparation for the ones that, you know, can no longer work or perform because AI is taking their role.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. I believe Assemblymember Backus has some questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I kind of have like 4 little buckets of questions. And for the director, my first is, I was taking a look at the website that provides the reports. And as of today, it still distinguishes between Barry Dunn and Plant Moran. Specifically, Plant Moran is highlighted as the independent verification and validator of the services. And then also I noticed that that Barry Dunn hasn't posted any status reports publicly since March. So I kind of was hoping to understand why that was happening. And more importantly, I'm kind of concerned if a leadership considers it a problem that there's going to be no longer any independent oversight of this project.
Brady Phillips, for the record. To you, Assemblymember, we have not updated the IV&V notation under Plant Moran because they were our contractor. Barry Dunn is our drop-in project management office, and they are doing subsequent duty as the IV&V, and it is a title change we can make on the website delineating that and the dates of the transfer of those roles. We just have not done so. As far as the reports go for Barry Dunn, last Friday, I made sure my staff was pushing the reports for April forward to that website. So it is of surprise to me if you looked in the last 2 or 3 days and they were not there. If it was last week, then that is our commonplace. It's usually within about the second week of the month you get the previous reports in, because the reports are often delayed as they are reported and we go through the process of the approvals, the redactions, and the ADA accommodation.
And Director Brian Bowles, for the record, to piggyback off of that and answer the last part of your question, through the chair to you, Assembly Member, we are not concerned with the moving off of Plant Moran as the IV&V vendor. We are confident in Barry Dunn and their staff and their ability to be independent. They are sometimes painfully so, and we are in no way concerned.
Okay, and then are there any outstanding issues with the modules that have already gone live? Specifically, are these modules working as promised, or are state employees still using other systems to backfill functionality?
Director Brian Bowles, for the record, thank you for the question. Assembly Member, through the chair to you. I think that we were going into this project open-eyed with the speed that we were going forward. I believe we've had many conversations about the difference between some of the drawbacks of going as quickly as we had to avoid the impacts that we were seeking to avoid. Some of that means that we were going live with things and then needing to fix them immediately thereafter. We've had a good track record thus far of going live on time, but we've also had a pretty decent track record of having to fix some things after the fact. And I think both for the finance go live in January of 2025 and the human resources go live in October of 2025, we experienced that as well. Since we've been going forward with phase 2 with the NeoGov module implementations in January and March, we have experienced a few things, but I think as far as the scope of those after go live issues, it has dramatically decreased, and we expect that trend to continue as we move forward in phase 2. So we do acknowledge that it's not perfect when we go live. Usually never really is with a project of this nature and this scope. As far as other agencies using other systems to backfill, there are, I'm sure, some agencies that are continuing to use systems to meet their specific unique needs. Sometimes they will make that known to us, but most often not. So I wouldn't know the information comprehensively to be able to answer that question with any kind of authority. I'm sure it does exist out there, but I will also say that the state's long-term goal, and long-term I mean 5 to 10 year goal here, is to eventually build this ERP tool to the point where it can deprecate a large amount of those third-party systems and bring those functionalities directly within to the state's one single source of truth, the Advantage4 system.
Thank you for that. And then when I was looking at the Plant Moran's last report in November of 2026, specifically at slide 4 of that report, it has in there, it kind of does address phase 2, I guess, after their work of completion of phase 1, and it encourages agencies to start taking an active role in phase 2. And as we saw today, we saw an ask from one of our departments to transfer a lot of employees over to be reclassified to be doing a lot of work for Core NV. And so looking at that and also hearing that there has been needed overtime by our agencies with respect to working on Core NV, I know I commend you guys for staying within your budget, but it seems like our agencies are being burdened and our divisions are being burdened with like more expenses of their own like labor and getting Core NV to work for their services. So has anyone taken a look at like what this may be costing the state additionally and what that may look like for the closing out of this fiscal year?
Director Brian Bowles, for the record, again, thank you for the question, Assembly Member, through the chair to you. We have not done any study of that type. We are seeing the effects of the change in the methodologies and the amount of work required for these agencies to conduct their business with this new tool, knowing that this new tool is at the minimum viable product stage at this current time. I commend NDOT for finding ways to repurpose some vacant positions that they had to meet the need that they're seeing in their agency. I would expect other agencies are feeling a shift of duties from one area to the other as well, although, again, I don't have a comprehensive knowledge of what's going on out there in the state enterprise to that nature, and certainly not for the closing of this fiscal year. I do know that regarding the closing this fiscal year, my staff, along with Director Greenemeyer's staff, are actively engaged and ready to help any agency through any growing pains or learning curve that they are experiencing.
And I think it would follow, like, looking forward to the next biennium. You all probably don't have an understanding as to what our state agencies may need as additional FTEs or basically other financial needs to support core NV.
Director Brian Bowles, for the record, again, thank you for the question. Through the chair to you, Assemblymember Backus. No, we do not have a study for what other agencies are experiencing or how their requests might be refined as we approach the next biennial session for 27 and 29. I would defer to Director Greenemeyer and her team in building the governor's recommended budget. All of those issues will become very visible to her and her team as we close out this calendar year and get prepared for session. We will definitely know more by then, I'm sure. I'm sure there will be some requests for staff reallocations. We certainly will have our own when we get to session as well. We would just beg your patience and know that we will have the answers at the appropriate time.
And then, Madam Chair, I just have one last question that was raised during the presentation. You had indicated that our controller's office is seeking additional software, probably to export some reports. Obviously, there's been some delays that we saw last year requiring issuance of paper checks, things like that, with the implementation of Core MV. But I recall last year that we had discussions about software that we did not approve that was put in place by your team or the predecessor team and the controller's office. I just want to make sure that software is not duplicative of what this additional software is, and then also just ask that if there's going to be this additional software, that you guys obviously bring back a work program that properly address the additional need.
Director Byron Bowles, for the record, again, thank you for the question. Assemblymember Backus, through the chair to you. Yes, we will be bringing forward a properly scoped and vetted work program request, likely in August, potentially in October. And no, those functionalities are not at all duplicative of the software that you were mentioning. This is an extension of some of the currently scoped third-party reporting tool called Workiva that is part of the overall CGI contract to allow that reporting functionality to expand beyond the single audit functions to go to the ECFR and some other reporting tools. The software actually helps pull the data out of the system in the format that the controller's office finds most useful, and helps prepare those very lengthy and complicated reports for their audit purposes, to prepare those reports for the federal government. That is the efficiency and tool set that they are, to my knowledge, really needing right now.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to ask a follow-up question.
Thank you very much. All right, additional questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, I will call for a motion on L1 and L2. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second by Senator Wynn. Any discussion on that motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time today. And we will move on to item M. And item M is a request by the Nevada Department of Education for an allocation of $45 million from the IFC contingency account to pay increases for hard-to-fill positions. And we will welcome back Dr. Wakefield, and please begin when you are ready.
Thank you very much, Chair and Committee. Good to be back with you all. So this is work program C82170. And this work program requests an allocation totaling $45 million for distribution to school districts to provide compensation in addition to base pay for hard-to-fill positions. The distribution methodology for fiscal year 27 is consistent with the distribution methodology used and approved by the IFC earlier this year for FY26. Just brief background, because standard district salary schedules may be too rigid to compete effectively with other sectors and neighboring states, Assembly Bill 398 addressed this core problem by providing targeted compensation in addition to base pay for hard-to-fill positions. Rather than funding standard across-the-board raises, the legislature authorized specific financial incentives designed to recruit and retain staff in certain critical shortage areas and hard-to-staff schools, utilizing mechanisms such as sign-on bonuses for new hires in high-need subject areas, retention bonuses for existing staff in difficult assignments, and so forth. So with that, we are here. I have Melissa Willis available as well in the north, should you have any technical or fiscal questions, and I'm happy to answer any questions today from the committee.
Thank you very much. And I do believe we have a few questions, starting with Assemblymember Considine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that. Thank you for that information. I know you're talking about FY 27, but I just have a couple of questions. Can you share what challenges the department had with school districts experienced in allocating the $45 million from FY 26?
Just making sure my mic is on. Yes, Victor Wakefield for the record. So in FY26, I mean, the first thing that I'll highlight is that there was a compressed timeline to execute this program. It wasn't until the February IFC that the methodology was agreed upon, approved. And so we've been working really, really hard, and districts have as well, to make sure that this program is appropriately implemented for this first year of the biennium. A few trends that have come up and been reported to NDE by districts in terms of challenges. One is compensation and union negotiations. So there were questions to determine if incentives were PERS compensable, which complicated collective bargaining agreement negotiations to some extent. As I understand it, this is reported up to NDE versus us directly being engaged there. And districts had questions around whether funds, could apply to base salary adjustments or one-time bonuses. So they had to make those set of decisions. There was some eligibility and data questions that came up as well. The bill didn't have very specific, it didn't have a baseline date when you're calculating the vacancy rate. So that there was some interpretation that was needed there, as I understand it, as well as some of the definitions for the critical needs subject areas, because the bill specifically said it was up to the district's board of trustees to certify which subject areas were critical shortage areas. And then also the timing pieces, so compressed timeline and just hiring alignment. So even in the coming year, I'll share it may happen again, that because the funds, are not necessarily authorized in perfect alignment with teacher contracts, districts could not confidently include them in certain, hiring incentive packages broadly. And so that's just the nature of unique program of this kind. So I'll leave. Those are a few of the NDE and then district reported challenges that we've heard about.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I have a follow-up? Thank you. And then can you tell us how much of this funding is anticipated to be reverted to the state general fund?
Victor Wake, for the record, can you clarify, you're asking about this fiscal year 26 again?
Yes, fiscal year 26.
So, Victor Wake, for the record, when we came in February, we shared that we had a methodology and that also shared that there were a small number of districts that either were choosing not to participate or were requesting less than what they could have requested given the methodology. And that methodology, as a reminder, was proportional based upon student numbers, student counts. And so what we did, and I'm excited because we had to make this turn on very quickly, I believe it was a June 11th, 10th or 11th memo, is we were able to reallocate out the remaining, I believe it was about $750,000 to districts that had requested more than we were able to give them in the initial allocation. So that was, our team seeing through that commitment to try to make sure every dollar was spent here. I'll actually call on Melissa Willis, though, because she's so in the thick of the reimbursement processes and processing with our team and with the districts to share just what that's like and, make sure that you all have very clear information around sort of the transactional side of this.
Ms. Willis, go ahead, please.
Melissa Willis, for the record. As Superintendent Wakefield shared, we did reallocate $775,000 and some change back out to the districts that had identified an additional need, and just did that on June 11th. To date, we have all but 4 of those actively in process and are working with those other districts to get their revised budgets submitted so that they can start submitting for reimbursement. Thank you.
And Melissa, can you also just share an anticipation? Because the question was if we expect reversion of any of the $45 million from fiscal year 26, I believe.
At this point in time, we don't. This reallocation is very, very new. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Assemblymember Hafen.
Thank you. And what you just answered was actually one of my questions. And so I appreciate that you guys are looking to maximize the funds and try to address this because this was a good bill, great bill, actually. Wondering who co-sponsored it, but the portion though that you're not able for the requests, right? So I'm going to pick on my county, Nye County. They're requesting 2.3 million. The NDE allocation or proposed allocation was 638,000. The difference, is the county or the school district then going to be on the hook for that remaining portion? Or are you going to come back and ask for IFC contingency funds for some of that?
Victor Wakefield, for the record. So the amount that if an amount that was requested was more than what was available, then the agreement with the district was just at the available amount here. So there would be no district that would have gotten any signals from NDE that they could expect more than, in that case, I don't want to play back the numbers perfectly, but in your example, I believe was around 600,000 there. So that would have been the number that this bill was able to go to Nye County, given your example. And that was because of the use of a pupil proportional methodology. And so that would should reflect the percentage of pupils in that county relative to the full state pupil count.
And Madam Chair, if I may just follow up, I think my concern is that I think most, if not all, of the school districts are struggling with their budgets, right? And you see some of these numbers that don't reflect, what the proposal for the allocation was, coming back substantially higher, in Nye County specifically, over $1 million more. So I'm concerned, where these county school districts are going to find the additional funds. And I really do appreciate that you guys are trying to reallocate it. And so want to say thank you for that, but also express my concerns knowing that all the school districts, or most, if not all, are struggling. And I know that will be a large topic of discussion for our next legislative session. So again, thank you for all you're doing on this. I do think it's going to be a great program. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, additional questions on this particular item? Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier there was a conversation from in public comment where they were talking about CCSD and the relationship to this particular contract. So in the email, I know that was sent to me, they were saying that the way that collective bargaining read was that the contract between the teachers was that all of the teachers, not necessarily the core subjects. So have you seen that collective bargaining agreement? Did it say that? And then now the law is as written is now being applied to the contract?
Victor Wakefield for the record. So I was at a public meeting earlier this week where I heard similar testimony, and it made me very curious because I want to ensure that my understanding of how things are being done is consistent with our subgrant agreements and with our policies. And so just we'll share that was it was assured by the leadership Clark County School District that they're following exactly the methodology laid out. So the position types that qualify are the ones that are receiving this retention bonus per the methodology that they've shared. I can't speak to a local district's collective bargaining agreement, how it interplays with this. Specifically, we've provided technical assistance and a lot of communication with school districts as they're navigating those spaces. And that is also why I shared from the initial question around challenges, that is one of the things we've heard from school districts is how does this particular incentive program interplay with our local agreements? And so that's what I know at the state level. And then if there's, I don't want to speak though on behalf of a specific school district or a specific example that I wouldn't have that context for.
Quick follow-up. So in the backup, it's saying that, you know, you're going to go through the process of with the NDE plans to have the school districts certify their plans to fill eligible vacant, hard to fill positions on a quarterly basis. So in the certification process, how exactly are you guys going to do it? Are you guys going to just, you know, take a written report data? Are you going to physically go and audit? I mean, because if folks are throwing up flares, right? The only way that you build trust and within this process, I'm wondering if you're just going to do that extra step of for the large school district to go and physically audit or randomly, you could randomly audit certain ones that CCSD does not select. And you just, you know, pop up on scene and see what's up. But because that's the only way you're going to know, right? If somebody guides you to a space, then you don't know whether or not that was, you know, that was the one that was doing the right thing or the one that was doing the wrong thing. I'm just wondering how you're going to really certify this and make sure that everything's above board.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Neal. I'll ask Melissa Willis to begin with sharing what our certification process looks like currently, because we are implementing this program right now.
Melissa Willis for the record. Yes, currently we do ask the districts to submit their contracts along with the teacher positions that they have deemed part of this incentive program. And as part of the RFR review, those documents are reviewed and submitted to NDE. So prior to money going out, we do take a look to make sure that the contracts and the positions identified as hard to fill by their boards are in fact identified with the documents that they're submitting to us. I would like to add one other comment. Because of the condensed time frame, NDE did move to a modified RFR submittal process. Since we had approval from IFC and just a shortened time frame to get this across the board this fiscal year, we did allow districts to submit a single or multiple RFRs depending on their individual needs. So we do not have the quarterly process in place, but we do have the review in place.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. And I believe Assembly Member Anderson has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. My question has to do with a little bit of our background information. Taking a look at the summary of school districts distribution methodologies, it looks like Mineral County School District has the request for the broad designation for all due to the unique reliance on J-1 visa teachers. I don't remember hearing that before. Maybe we have, and I'm sorry, I just forgot about that. But is that what's happening? Is the bonus being given now to all teachers in Mineral County due to this reliance on J-1 visa teachers? And again, that's from the information that we have on our background. If you could clarify how that's being utilized, especially in Mineral County.
Yes, thank you for the question. So Superintendent Wakefield, so there is a difference between how districts have identified what could be critical need positions based on vacancies and on subject areas, and then also the allowable funding. So without knowing the intricate details on Mineral, and I'll ask Melissa if she has more on hand from being so close to it. There are many cases where a district has to prioritize within a qualifying set, and they're using a particular criteria. So I want to highlight that piece because as your backup materials also have is the total amount that Mineral was allocated for this program. So I'll start there and then see if Melissa has anything to share, and we could also circle back if it's a very specific piece about a specific district as well.
Melissa Willis for the record. Mineral's initial methodology does provide that all of the J-1 teachers would receive this. The direction that we provided districts require the designation of hard to fill from each district's board. So if their board has designated all of these positions to be hard to fill, then it would meet NDE's qualifications, and we would provide that funding for them. How they allocated the funds amongst all their teachers would again be their decision.
Follow up if I may. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And I'm not sure if you'll be able to answer that or not, so I might be reaching out to the Mineral County School District on this individually, and that is just to verify that that money is in fact going to the J-1 teachers and not to any program that might have helped them obtain those visas. I recognize that that is not a role of the Department of Ed. However, has there been any sort of discussion around that with the Mineral County School District based upon the unique programs of J-1 visas?
Victor Wakefield for the record, that sounds inconsistent with the policy for this program, and I'll ask Melissa if she has any more detail.
Melissa Willis for the record. I would concur with Superintendent Wakefield's comment. The budgets that are submitted have to be either towards salaries, benefits, and employee incentives in nature. We would not authorize additional funding through the RFR process.
Thank you so much for that verification, and I'll be including you in the information when I ask the superintendent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and I appreciate that question. I just recently happened to be where there were some Mineral County people, and I know that they struggle with the rotation of teachers in and out with their 5-year visa plan. And so I appreciate you asking the question and look forward to the information. Additional questions or needed information from anyone? All right. That being said, I will take a motion on agenda item M.
Move to approve.
Thank you very much. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Wakefield. Thank you, Ms. Willis, for being all alone in that room, it appears. So holding the fort. All right, we will go on to item N. And this next agenda item N is a request by the State Public Charter School Authority for an allocation of 19.3 million from the contingency account for salary increases for charter school teachers and education support staff. And we welcome Ms. McAdam and team, and thank you for keeping Ms. Willis company there.
Our pleasure. Good afternoon, Chair. Melissa McAdam for the record, Melissa MacKedon. With me today is Jennifer Bauer. This is work program 82473. This work program requests an allocation from the IFC contingency fund pursuant to AB 398 to provide public charter school teachers and educational support professionals raises. The methodology used was the same as was used and previously approved by this body in the first year of the biennium, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. All right, any questions from the committee? Senator Neal, please.
But so I just have a question. So in the implementation for the salary increases for teachers that happen to be in charter schools, so what happens if one of the charters pretty much has a bunch of unlicensed teachers and this is not any shade on charters, but there is a school in my district that literally almost 50% of the staff is unlicensed. And how would the charter authority treat that particular school?
Melissa McAdam for the record, that's a great question. Because this money can also go to educational support professionals, which is basically, when you look at the bill, it's defined as pretty much everyone else who's not an administrator. So those teachers would be eligible for that under that provision of the bill. So ultimately, it would be okay.
I'm sorry. Let me follow up. Can I follow up, Chair? So you would, okay. So they would then be seen as an education support personnel, even though they're not licensed. And that because they're at a teaching in a core subject that is a critical need and they're not licensed, they would get a increase in their salary?
Melissa McAdam for the record, each charter school sort of handled that differently. So some charter schools may have given raises to teachers that had only a sub-license. Others may not have. So each charter school had their autonomy over how they were going to divide those up. Some gave them just to teachers and not to, parapros or librarians or what have you. So each school handled it, as their board saw fit and was approved by their board.
So did the charter ask them like whether or not that bonus was given to a long-term sub that actually showed academic achievement or gains within their classroom? Because you could have a long-term sub that's in a charter that, no shade, that sucks. And basically there's no teaching going on, but yet they get a bonus and they're cool with the administration.
Melissa McAdam for the record, that is 100%. You're right. These teachers could get the raise. It was nowhere in the bill that it was based on student outcomes. So yes, you are right. Outcomes and the quality of the work they did had nothing to do with it as far as the bill was concerned.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Additional questions on this particular item? I'm looking at Assemblywoman Anderson, who has a question swirling in her head.
No, I do. It's nice to see you. Thank you, Chair. So based upon that answer, does that mean then a charter school board, which is different than a school board, but a charter school board could make a decision as well to make sure that an administrator received it? Because it is only for licensed teachers and support professionals? I'm kind of confused, number one, and then number two, I can answer after you answer that one.
Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize. Melissa Mackin, for the record, they absolutely cannot. That was prohibited in the bill, that this money could not go towards administrators. And so it doesn't really matter what the charter school board wanted to do. They could not give this money to administrators, only to those eligible in the bill, which was defined as teachers and educational support professionals.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair, for really recognizing my confused face. The second question then is, based upon also your answer, does that mean then that a board was the one that made the decision as to who would get the bonuses? Or was this a site-based administrator's decision? And so then favoritism could come into play.
Melissa Mackin, for the record, ultimately the board, each board had to approve the expenditure plan for each school. So my belief is that most school staff prepared and put it together, but ultimately it is approved by the board of directors.
And then follow up, if I may, then does that mean that you also receive a copy of that? Which is what happened with our traditional school systems, where they had to turn in the negotiated agreement, et cetera? Or was that each charter school's board decision whether or not to forward it on to your department?
No, Melissa Mackin, for the record, we absolutely got a copy of those, and so did you. So you have every single school's plan, exactly how they wanted to, or how they're intending to spend that money. And then on August 1st of this year, though, we will get a very detailed report. It's outlined in the bill itself what information we're going to collect to verify that it was done in accordance with the law. Those will be due to us on August 1st, and I believe due to you all on October 1st.
Thank you so much, because I couldn't remember all the things for that, but you know it well. Thank you, Chair.
I have one kind of follow-up with Assemblywoman's question about admin getting paid, administrators getting paid. What if I'm a principal that also teaches?
Melissa Mackin, for the record, that's a great question. The bill defines a administrator as someone who spends more than 50% of their day supervising others. And so it's very spelled out. If it's 50% or more, you qualify as an administrator and you are not eligible.
So if you had a very small school and you spent 50% of your day teaching and 50% of your day administrating, you could do that. All right. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Yeah, Melissa Mackin, for the record, I believe it's it would be the portion of your salary that was the teacher portion. So, you know, that portion would be eligible.
All right. Any additional questions? All right. Thank you very much for your information today. And with that, I will accept a motion. Thank you very much, Vice Chair and Senator. And any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to item O, which is that this item is a request for a transfer for $52,432 from the foreclosure mediation assistance account for the support of the foreclosure mediation program. So Deputy Director Fagan, go ahead when you're ready, please.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for that. Appreciate the time to come before the Interim Finance Committee today to request funding for from the foreclosure mediation account to continue operations with the Home Means Nevada Inc. operation that we have for foreclosure certificates in the state of Nevada. I do have a report if you're interested in hearing that, but to get to the matter at hand, we are respectfully requesting at the table an increase to the $52,432 to $87,000, which is the majority of the funds that are in the account currently. And if you have any questions and or want to hear any more about the program currently, I'm happy to answer that.
Would you kindly restate the number that you are asking for?
We are requesting $87,000. Perry Fagan for the record.
All right, with that, if there are no questions, I will accept a motion. Thank you very much, Vice Chair and
So move
Senator.
with the
Oh.
revised amount of the 87,000.
Thank you. With the revised amount of 87,000, with that, second from Senator Nguyen, any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for being with us. All right, we will go on to item P. And item P is 3 separate requests by the Division of State Parks for $40,000 each for the projects identified on the agenda. We will consider all 3 requests under agenda item P jointly. So here to present is our State Parks Administrator, Jonathan. And Jonathan, you're gonna have to say your last name for me. Brenges? Are you here? Maybe not. Ms. Greenemeyer, are you still in the room? No one in the room. They have all abandoned us. Oh, there she is.
Yeah, Tiffany.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm not sure where forestry went. They're not in this room either.
Out doing forestry stuff?
Probably.
There is a fire in Lincoln County, so.
State Parks.
Oh, that's State Parks.
No, it should be State Parks.
State Parks we're looking for. Okay, we'll put that on the back burner just for a minute and see if somebody shows
Madam
up.
Chair. Excuse me, Madam Chair. He just showed up.
Just right in time, almost marked late, instead marked tardy. Please go ahead when you're ready, sir.
Jonathan Brunges, Administrator for Nevada State Parks. Thank you, and my apologies. I was under the impression that we were already covered here as an informational item. Our contracts are 3 maintenance projects for Valley of Fire State Park for a new fuel system there. The second one is for a historic in nature fence at Spring Mountain Ranch State Park. And then for a recreation of the existing pond or a redo of a pond at the old Las Vegas Mormon Fort in Las Vegas. These funds are all coming from our maintenance account that we have that rolls over year to year from fee overage for state parks. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. All right, do we have any questions for state parks on any of this? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll accept a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for the approval of the 40,000 for the pond system at the Old Las Vegas Mormon Fort, 40,000 for the fuel system at the Valley of Fire State Park, and 40,000 for fencing replacement at Spring Mountain Ranch State Park.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second by Senator Nguyen. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for slipping right back in the nick of time.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate that. All right. With that, we will go on to item Q, which include 4 requests from the State Public Works Division related to the CIP projects listed on the agenda. We'll consider all 4 requests under item Q. Item Q5 was withdrawn and will not be considered. So Deputy Administrator Will Lewis and Brian Wacker is here to present Q1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Again, Administrator Will Lewis, Department of Administration, Public Works. And just to be clear, you want us to do all 4 at the same time? Oh,
Yes, sir.
That would be great. Okay. So we have before the committee item Q1, which is a request to modify the scope of CIP project 23C11. That's the physical training facility at the Floyd Etzel Training Center. And our request is to increase authority to receive and expend $2 million to address a project shortfall due to deficiencies discovered during construction, pursuant of NRS 341-145-1F, and to transfer $2 million in proceeds from the general obligation funds from CIP project 23C25, which is the Field Maintenance Shop 1 remodel at the Floyd Etzel Training Center, pursuant of Section 23 of Assembly Bill 1 of the 34th, 2023 special session. Again, this is to fund the shortfall for CIP project 23C11. Next, we have a request to modify the scope of CIP project 23M48, which is the housing units 1 through 4, plumbing fixture water control renovations at the Lovelock Correctional Center. The project, other request rather, is to increase authority to receive and expend $2,010,241 to address a project shortfall due to deficiencies discovered during construction. That's pursuant of NRS 341-145-1F, and to transfer this $2,010,241 in proceeds from the general obligation bonds from CIP project 23M32, which is the wastewater systems improvement at the Lovelock Correctional Center, pursuant of Section 23 Assembly Bill 1 for the 34th, 2023 special session. Again, this is due to a project shortfall. And then third, we have before the committee a request to transfer $420,874 in proceeds from the general obligation bonds from the CIP project 23M25, which is a replace door access controls and security systems for the Department of Motor Vehicle at Decatur, and $498,595 in state highway funds appropriations from the CIP project 23M28. And that is the project of replacing surveillance cameras, door access controls, and security systems at the DMV at Flamingo. We want to move those funds to CIP project 23M07, which is the warehouse air condition upgrade at the DMV at Flamingo, pursuant of Section 23 Assembly Bill 1 of the 34th, 2023 special session to address a funding shortfall. And then finally, item Q4, we have in front of the committee a request to modify the scope of CIP project 23M16, which is the building seismic retrofit and envelope maintenance at the Nevada Historical Society, to increase authority to receive and expend $1,806,000 to address project shortfall due to hazardous materials abatement, as well as structural issues that we encountered during construction, and to modify the scope of CIP project M10, which is to upgrade security, fires, life safety, and electrical systems at the Nevada Historical Society. And again, the request is to increase authority to receive and expend $2,822,857 to address a funding shortfall pursuant of NRS 341-145-1F, and to transfer $3,911,457 in proceeds from the general obligation bond from CIP Project 23C12, which is the remodel freight barn at East Ely Railroad Museum, pursuant of Section 23 of the Assembly Bill 1 of the 34th, 2023 special session. Again, this is due to project shortfall for CIP Project 23M16 and CIP Project 23M10. With that, we'll answer any questions you have.
Senator Nguyen, do you have a question over there? You don't? Does anybody have a question? I feel like I could have built the Ely train museum. We've been talking about this for a long time. It'll be nice when it's done. Anybody else have a thought? Question? Senator Neal? I'm looking inside heads over there.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I had my own sidebar, but I guess thank you, Madam Chair. There are a lot of projects that have a shortfall, and I guess if you could just kind of add some additional background here on like why so many projects fell short, and you're having to revise financial needs.
Administrator Will Lewis, thank you for the question. So what we've been tasked with when we had an audit by LCD is that whenever we have a savings on a particular project and we can further either a future CIP by doing the work now and save the state money, that's what we've been doing. So on these projects, I'm so glad to have all four of these in front of us. We're simply using savings that we get from one project and moving it on to another CIP project so that we don't have a CIP project down the future. We save in terms of cost escalation and things of that nature, just to keep the projects moving. Brian, your thought?
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, any additional questions from the committee on this particular project? All right, with that, I'll accept a motion. So moved. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second by Senator Nguyen. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And with that, we appreciate all your time that you have waited today. And with that, we will go on to item R. And this is a request for the approval of the lease agreement between the Division of State Lands for and on behalf of the Department of Tourism, Cultural Affairs, and the Boulder City Chamber, City Chamber of Commerce. And welcome, and thank you so much for being here with us today. And go ahead when you're ready, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Charlie Donahue, and I serve as the administrator for the Division of State Lands. With me here today is the Deputy Administrator, Ellery Foster, who was generous enough to craft this lease. And I see that we have Brenda Scolari up in Carson City if there are questions related to the programmatic nature of this lease. So this is a lease with the Boulder City Chamber for the Boulder City Boulder City Adventure Center, which is actually still under construction, set to be finalized fairly shortly and open this fall. The lease is with the chamber, and it's for 2.5 acre site. And it is a 20-year lease, initial 10-year option with 2 5-year options for a total of 20 years. And with that, Madam Chair, we'd all stand ready for any of your questions.
Thank you very much. And I know that this project has been in the works for a bit. Thank you very much, Ms. Glary and your division for working on this. Are there any questions from the committee on this? Is there any additional information that you would like to give us?
Brenda, would you like to chime in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee members. Yes, I would. This, as you noted, is the result of a 2022 federal grant award through the U.S. Department of Commerce Economic Development Agency, a competitive grant that won, I think, due to the validity of the concept, which is it's a federal, state, and local partnership, and one that we hope will be replicable in smaller communities. So in other words, these two locations will serve as a business model, and smaller communities can learn from them and begin to capture outdoor recreation revenue. Outdoor recreation is now almost 9% of Nevada's GDP and is reliably a visitor profile that we are looking to engage with. So we're not the only state. Certainly every Western state is competing in this area. But with our abundance of public land, we really hope that we can distinguish Nevada as a premier outdoor recreation destination. But with investments like this that will give people expert guidance, and in addition to that, hopefully educate them on some outdoor behavior and best practices related to conservation and just general behavior. We hope to be successful, and we're really excited about the project and happy to answer any questions. I also have Rafael Villanueva, the Chief Executive Officer of Travel Nevada, here with me if you have any questions.
Thank you very, very much. This is going to be a nice project when it's completed. All right. Any questions on this? And thank you for what you do. We know how important tourism is to our state. And with that, if there are no questions, I'll accept a motion. Move to approve. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Second from Senator Nguyen. Any discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you very much. And thank you all for spending your day with us.
Thank you,
We
Madam
appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, with that, we are on item S, and this is informational only, and it is from the Housing Division on the Home Meets Nevada Initiative for Affordable Housing. And we will have a report from Mr. Acroth, and I don't know if Ms. Hess is there, but welcome, and thank you for hanging in there, and go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chair. Members of the committee. For the record, Steve Acroth, Administrator of the Nevada Housing Division, and Ms. Hess hopefully is on her way to an extended weekend. So you get me today. And just for your own edification, Chair, there are quite a few people in the room, but much like I did during my entire academic career, I hung out to the sides and the back where I wouldn't get noticed.
So in other words, they're hiding and sleeping.
Nobody's sleeping.
That they'll pass the test.
This has been wholly entertaining. So just to give you a quick update, if you
know, Mr. Acroth, I'd love to believe you, but there's just something about the hidden people in the room that tells me that's not really what's happening, but it's okay. So go right ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. Going to refer to the spreadsheet that we always provide you. The date is 4/29/26. Certainly, we have an updated version of that, and I'll provide you some new numbers as of June 12th of 2026, looking at the upper boxes to the left, where we indicate in April we had 400,000 expended. We are now up to 428,000. Which represents 86% of the funding for the projects. On the right-hand side, We had 56 total projects. This entity has provided us enough funding to expand that to two additional projects. So now we have a total of 58 projects, 26 of which are fully spent. 25 still have some work to do. They're 82% spent. And we have 7 projects that currently are less than 50% spent. But we do anticipate all these funds being spent through by December as per the law. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Acroft after he spent the entire day watching us being entertained? Actually, Mr. Acroft, I can't wait to tell my children that I'm entertaining because I don't think they agree. No questions. With that, then I'll take a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, informational only. Thank you for that, and thank you for being here, and have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, we're on to item T, which was presented earlier in the meeting. So we'll skip that and we'll go to item U. Agenda item U is informational only as well. It is, it was pulled, so it has not been discussed yet. So first up for item U5 is Administrator Abbott. Anybody want to take a stab at it where she is? All right, we're going to skip by you and we're going to go to item V. Sorry, Mr. Director Zarenda, I almost passed you up. All right, item U7A from the Department of Corrections, and Director Zarenda, if you'd like to come up to the table when you're ready, go ahead, please. This is an informational item only.
Thought you're going to let me slide. This is James Zarenda, DZURENDA, Director for the Nevada Department of Corrections. Good afternoon, Chair Dundero Loop and Vice Chair Monroe Moreno. I'm going to talk about the 2 camps, Carlin Conservation Camp and Jean Conservation Camp. First, I wanted to go over the mission of those camps. Those camps were put in place for conservation, and they were put in place for training for offenders to work with in partnership with Department of Forestry for the purpose of either fighting forest fires or rural area fires, as well as clearing of debris. Up in Carlin Conservation Camp, the NDF pulled out of Carlin about a year ago. So we had no offenders up there that were partnering with the Department of Forestry. We moved a lot of minimum security, not a lot, 35 minimum security offenders over there. A lot of them were just high profiled or those that already completed programming that were just waiting for a release or for parole. That was all that was left there. We got up at Carlin, we got a audit that was done by the Department of Public Works that said that it was going to be about $30+ million to repair Carlin. Repairing Carlin was not worth the 35 offenders that were still up there. So I decided that to move those offenders out of there and move them back to the facility and close the facility. When you talk about closing of Carlin, all the supplies and equipment are already out of there, except for a washing machine and 2 dryers, which are scheduled to be transferred to the Ely State Prison. None of the equipment in Carlin or Jean will be, they'll all be redistributed to facilities that actually need them and where the equipment can be reutilized. When you talk again about what happened with even with the Department of Forestry and with the offenders for conservation, we reclassified the agency after AB 236 several years ago, which deleted the amount of those classified that could actually work in the camps. So we saw our numbers go from in 2019, when I left the agency, we were about 1,300. Today, we're a little closer to a little under 300. And what that did as well is affected the women camps, which the only women conservation camp was Jean. Currently, we only had 6 offenders that were actually classified among the entire female population that could actually be classified to work in forestry. Those were the last remaining at Jean. In Jean, when we decided to close Jean, there were 62 offenders down there. And like I said, 6 were assigned to NDF. There's so many repairs and CIPs that would have to come up to also keep that going. And me knowing that the state was going to repurpose that land down there and eventually close Jean, we decided to close it without putting the repairs into there because, again, it wouldn't be worth it for those number of offenders, especially if we were losing the conservation offenders. When you talk about AB4 and the special session that just happened, it opened up another program called the Community Transitional Program, which would allow us, those last 6 female offenders that were in the camp would be eligible for a release in July. So that would have really closed out our camp as well, with no more conservation at either Jean or Carlin even available, which was another reason why the mission of those 2 camps actually do not exist anymore. When you talk about what happens with the staff that work there, every staff member was relocated, placed at another agency or back in the Department of Correction at another facility, except for one individual at Carlin, who the employee refused to relocate, refused to take opportunity of the jobs that we actually offered in that area or come to Lovelock or Ely. So that person is not going to be redeployed. It's one individual. Another thing, when you talk about the offenders that were at both locations, one of the issues that was going on for Carlin Conservation Camp, the city of Carlin utilized our offenders to help clear debris along the train tracks to help with the fire preservation in the future. We still offered to Carlin that we could still provide that, but out of Lovelock if we need to, or if they wanted us to, and we could provide that 4 days a week for 6 hours a day for clearance. So our actual, what we were providing help for in the community up in Carlin does not have to change with us being out of there. With both places closing, it looks like we will have to demolish Carlin Conservation Camp according to the agreement we originally made. When you look at the cost of that, the last camp that we actually demolished was Silver Springs. Silver Springs, I believe, cost a little over $3.5 million. So eventually we will be coming back looking for funds to bring it back to natural setting. But again, that's a lot less than $30+ million to keep it up and running for 35, 40 offenders, which we will have plenty of room inside the department once the community transitional program gets into effect with the early release. But that's kind of all I have. If there's any questions, I know that one might be brought up, but I'm here for any questions and answers.
Thank you very much. All right, any questions from the committee on this item? Senator Steinbeck.
Thank you. You mentioned that the number of offenders that were eligible went from 1,300 to 300 and some. Can you expand on that a little bit? And can you tell us if that was a good action that made things better, or did it make it worse?
So James Arenda for the record. So it did both. I think in my position, it was a good thing. We were able to put, if you look at the community in general, AB 236 changed a lot of the sentencing structure and the type of C felonies that went to D felonies, those that were eligible to come to prison, not come to prison. To me, I think that's a good thing for the state because it really kept those that could probably do better in the community without hurting their families, without going out and changing, pulling them out of their jobs and losing a lot of the economics in the community. With them coming back in, they could stay out in the community and keep the family structure in the community going, and the economics going. So to me, it was a good thing. We got the people that are harder core criminals into the prison system rather than those that probably would do better staying out and doing their sentence structure out in the community. That was all part of AB 236 back in the 2019 session. When, on the other hand, what it did was releasing the number of offenders that were not getting in the number of offenders that fit the criteria of the lower level security, which were the more non-violent, non-sexual crimes, which kept them out of AB 236, lowered the number of offenders that are eligible to be camp release. So they can't get trained to work in the forestry. However, it did hurt Department of Forestry because now they have less help during the times when could be in state of emergencies.
Okay, are there any suggestions back to the legislature that we could do to assist you and assist that population? Because I know the value of that program.
So James Renner, for the record, I don't know if this is probably off, probably shouldn't even be saying this. I don't know if it was ever discussed, but a lot of those camps, to me, as a resident, it probably would be good using those camps for housing, where you could possibly get offenders that we could have trained, that we can have repurposed and live there once they release, and have them work in the camp so that they can actually fight forest fires after post-release. And I just think there could be some other purpose of those camps so that we can get housing for people to actually either come into the state to fight the forest fires or whatever it could be. But that's just personal. That's not part of the corrections.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. And Assembly Member Hunt, do you have a couple of questions or?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I think you may have answered the question, but for clarification, I had like a two-part question. And it was like, if you can clarify for the record, what is the department's long-term plan for operations of the conservation camp program?
So James Renner, for the record, these are our last two rural area camps, even though Gene is not really rural, but it is our last two FAR camps. The other camps that we still have open are Stewart, which is in Carson City. We have Three Valley Lakes, which is in Indian Springs, and we have Pioche, I guess would be rural. Pioche is pretty full and populated. Those are our only last three conservation camps. We do not plan on shutting any of them down. Actually, when we start with the community transitional programming, we're going to do actually reclassification of our entire agency to see what offenders that are medium security can actually be going to minimum security that could classify to go into the camps. So I plan on increasing the numbers in Pioche to actually fill that place up so that we can have more available for the firefighting with NDF out of that location.
May I, Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, so technically, so does the department plan to maintain these facilities like in a mothball status, or repurpose them to be utilized for other state functions, like you was talking about earlier, like the housing piece and all that?
So James Under, for the record, I assume you're talking about Gene and Carlin. Carlin was under an agreement with the city that it can only be utilized for offenders. So the agreement with them, we can't use it for anything else. So the agreement was going back to Carlin to say that we're going to be returning the facility back to you because it's no longer needed for offenders. In the contract, it says that anything that we added or utilized at that facility we would bring back to original structure, which is the ground. So we would have to do the demolition there. Gene, I believe in the August IFC, BOE, we're going to see that it's going to be potentially turned over to another company to demolish both Gene and Southern Nevada Correctional Center, which is still there, which has been vacant for about 20 years.
Okay, thank you. Assembly Member O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Director, I liked your idea that you were talking about for using some of the conservation camps for additional housing for temporary services. On that, and also as my colleague, Assemblyman Hunt said, I was just up in Wells this past weekend. The Wells Conservation Camp, what's the plan there? Because if that's mothball, it is moth ridden.
Yeah, James rented for the record, so it's not mothballed. It's actually geared to future demolition. So right now we just secure it and that's all we do. We don't even do fire watches there. We're just ready to present to fiscal to be able to get the money to be able to demolish it back. That one as well as Tonopah.
I think if we wait another, the way it looked. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, additional questions from the committee or comments? Not seeing any. This is informational only, so thank you very much. Thank you for being here and waiting through the day. And we will jump back to agenda item U5C and Administrator Abbott.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My apologies. I had been sitting here all morning and afternoon and stepped away to the restroom. So apologies for the delay.
It's way okay. You can run, but you can't hide. So go ahead.
For the record, my name is Kimberly Abbott, and that's ABBOTT, and I serve as the administrator of the Division of Child and Family Services. I am here today in follow-up to a request from April's meeting. On that agenda, I was asked to request a formal opinion from the Children's Bureau as it relates to the adoption savings funds and how we reinvest those, specifically with regard to the money that was allocated last session for the new extended foster care program and whether some of those funds could be counted towards adoption reinvestments. I sent that request to the Children's Bureau pretty much verbatim, word for word, in the way it was sent to us, and asked for a formal opinion. I received a response after some nudging earlier this week from the Children's Bureau. And unfortunately, it wasn't what I was expecting, and I don't think it was what this committee was asking for. They basically referred us to a Q&A on one of their websites that gave very generalized information related to the situation. They also referred us to some other guidance that was about how you calculate the adoption savings itself, which is not what the issue was that this committee asked for further information on. So yesterday evening, I went back to our rep at the Children's Bureau and asked them for a more formal opinion on what they sent me. It wasn't even on letterhead. It wasn't signed by anybody. It was kind of just a reference to existing information. So I have followed up with them and asked for additional clarity. I received a response first thing this morning. They are elevating it and we'll work on a more appropriate response. So unfortunately, as I stand here today, I don't have information that the committee was hoping for, but happy to come back on the next agenda, and hopefully by then we'll have something more concrete. The other thing I will note is, as I looked into this issue a little further throughout this back and forth with the Children's Bureau, I realized that this was not an issue that we addressed in the work group, because the work group pursuant to the statute was to do a look back and look at past expenses and which of those may have qualified. The extended foster care funding is new in this fiscal year, so we didn't analyze that situation. We were analyzing expenditures in the past. So also after this meeting, I will be setting up a follow-up call with the work group to reconvene them to address that issue, so we can take a further look at analyzing that issue from our perspective as well. I stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. And I do think we have at least one question from Assembly Member Mosca.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. And you answered, thank you. My main question was, what was the response from last meeting? But it makes me, well, thank you for letting us know the update. But it makes me really then think, can you share on the record, what are the consequences that we still are waiting for this? Like what is at stake, so we know how important it is to get this information?
Thank you for the question, Kimberly Abbott, for the record. I think it's important that we get the information, but that has not stopped us from moving forward with our plans to expend the funds. In fact, I am happy to share, hopefully, and we're late in the day and it's been a long day, so hopefully a little bit of positive information. In our rural region, one of the new programs we have instituted to spend some of the funding is really to support our adoptive and guardianship families. And so we offered offered summer funding because youth often want to participate in camps and boys and girls clubs and special events over the summer that some of our adoptive and guardianship families struggle to pay for. So we put out, some information, a flyer. They were able to apply for those funds, and the response has been tremendous. And as I sat here today, I got confirmation that our payments are starting to be processed to go out today to help cover those expenses. So we're very excited about that. And I know we have some very excited families and some very excited kids. So happy to share that update that we are working on as far as spending down some of the funds, at least that we have at DCFS in the rural region.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, any additional questions for this subject? All right, with that, I'll accept a motion. I'm sorry, information only. I get in that mode. All right, with that, thank you very much, and thank you, Ms. Everett, for jumping back in here. All right, with that, we will go to item V, which is also informational only. I do not know if we have somebody in the room to respond to this.
Madam Chair, I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm at the
We
airport.
can.
We were not,
We
I
can.
apologize. We were in separate rooms and we did not hear this get pulled, so my apologies. So my team has already trying to get home. So my apologies. I'm happy to present this this informational item. We were requested to submit a report on the methodologies for a long-term cost allocation plan for the Office of Analytics. We submitted a letter to let the committee know that we are still in discussions with Department of Human Services and collaborating on the most appropriate alignment of this team within our existing operations as it relates to both of our departments. As you may recall, the Office of Analytics includes teams from across all divisions previously, and including those that were all under DHHS before. And they're all funded with different funding streams. And so it is a very complex analysis. So we're conducting a comprehensive review of these methodologies and are working through the associated operational fiscal considerations to ensure a full and accurate assessment. We are planning to provide additional committee or information to the committee once our analysis is complete and are prepared to present any recommended next steps. We're also trying to figure out which is the most appropriate path forward, including working as part of the governor's budget and ensuring if that is the approach, that it will be part of that enhancement. And I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. And we will go to Assembly Member Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions, if that's okay. My first question is, why was the budget confidentiality a barrier to providing any information requested in the letter of intent?
Stacy Weeks, for the record, Director of Nevada Health Authority. I think there might be some confusion. If there is, this item does need to go into our budget enhancements, which we are preparing right now for the governor's budget. It is, my understanding is this information is confidential. Now, what we can share is some high level information, as long as it's not, revealing the governor's budget, which, as you guys all know, comes available in January. We are just still working through some of the specifics with DHS about how best to move forward in our approach to this office to ensure both parties are getting the support they need and the funding is being used appropriately.
Thank you. And what are the general plans or considerations regarding the allocation of Office of Analytics resources and expenses between the Nevada Health Authority and the Department of Human Services?
What we do now, we're currently cost allocating that funding across our programs. We haven't changed that since last session. I think our approach, though, is that we want to make this easier. And so that is what we're trying to do with redoing, and happy to report back on some of that later this year when we have more information.
Any additional questions from the committee? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for jumping in there. And we appreciate your time. Thank you. we're looking for item V, Department of Agriculture. Ms. Greenemeyer, calling Ms. Greenemeyer.
There he is.
Up. Okay, Mr. Gokachia, just in time. We didn't have to send your dad a note. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of those in the remote corner of the room. I was not asleep, though, I promise you that.
I want documentation.
In regards to our LOI, centered around food safety and our inspections, very similar to what Director Weeks just reported on. It is very comminuted. The simple answer is we're still working on it because the solution is very complex. We are working on incorporating cottage food, cottage cosmetics, as well as those routine inspections that we currently are doing for our rural and frontier counties, minus those that Central Nevada Health District does. We want to make sure we get it right. We have done some in-house analysis looking at those fees and how we will change those at both a no increase, a small increase, a medium increase, and a high increase. And obviously, you are very much aware of how those numbers can change drastically. In addition to that, depending on how our regulation process goes, as we work through Assemblymember Anderson's bill of the cottage food and cottage cosmetics, those numbers are going to greatly change depending on the number of facilities that we will have. So we are continuing to work on that. We will deliver a product that is concise and makes sense, because Ms. Falcon to my left can tell you that every time they bring it to me, we have to have a couple-hour meeting so I can fully understand it, and I don't want to create further confusion.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, I believe Assemblymember Gonzalez has a couple of questions.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the update. My first question is, why was the response to the food inspection letter of intent not submitted by the April 2026 deadline?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Through you to Assemblymember Gonzalez, as I just said, it is extremely complex what we are working on, and we did have some documentation there, but I had also been having meetings with other lawmakers regarding cottage food and cottage cosmetics. We are trying to roll that all into one so that as we establish this fee structure, we do it once and we do it correctly.
Thank you for the clarification. My second question is, what is the status of the State Department of Agriculture's response to the food inspection letter of intent?
Madam Chair, through you, I believe we're talking about the same LOI that I just answered. So we are, again, looking at that internally. We do have spreadsheets that have no increase, low, medium, and high. We are very close to finalizing those, and we are working closely with our partners at GFO and in the governor's office to make sure that those, again, are correct based on adding in cottage food, cottage cosmetics, and what that will do to change the number of facilities that we inspect.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. All right, any additional questions from Mr. Gokachia? All right, Assemblymember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director Gokachia, for how wonderfully you handled the fact that I did not get back to you on an email or do some other conversations with you as I had promised you I would. So I own that problem, and I greatly appreciate all the work that you've put into this and the fact that we were not able to meet as often as we should have because of my schedule. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done on it and how very respectfully you handled answering that question because of my inability to get back to you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may, I want to thank Assemblymember Anderson. That was in no way intended to be directed at you. We've got a lot of moving parts, ma'am, all of us, and we will continue to work on this, and we will get it right. Because you told me I could start on it early, and I took that to heart, and we started on it early.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your time today, and we appreciate you hanging around all day, even if it was in the corner of the room. So thank you very much. All right, with that, no vote is needed. This is informational only. So we will go on to item W, which is our Economic Forum report. And this is also the last item on our agenda. So we'll welcome Mr. Nakamoto. You just couldn't stay away. Welcome. We see you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Interim Finance Committee. For the record, my name is Michael Nakamoto, and I serve as Chief Principal Deputy Fiscal Analyst with the Fiscal Analysis Division. NRS 353.228 requires, after the meeting of the Economic Forum that is required to happen on or before June 10th of the even-numbered year, that there be a presentation to this body by the chair of the Economic Forum or from one of the staff members of the Economic Forum, and unfortunately you got me today. That having been said, in volume 4 of your packet, which is available online, and I believe all of you have physical copies, beginning on page 355 and going through to the end of that volume, there are a couple of handouts that staff prepared for you for this presentation. The first is a write-up that has been prepared summarizing information, and then there is a loan table behind that beginning on page 359. So the Economic Forum, as I mentioned previously, is required to meet on or before June 10th of the even-numbered year to receive updated economic information as well as other matters that they take care of as part of that meeting. That meeting actually happened far before June 10th. It happened the day after Memorial Day, Tuesday, May 26th, down in Las Vegas. It was the first meeting of the new cycle for the Economic Forum. All of the members are appointed for 2-year terms, and those appointments happened in May. So it was mostly organizational and housekeeping. So the election of a new chair and vice chair, Jennifer Lewis, who is a nominee of the Senate Majority Leader, was elected as the chair, and Brian Gordon, who is a nominee from the governor's office, was elected as the vice chair. The remaining members of the Economic Forum are Lindsay Anderson, who is a governor's appointment, Michael Crome, who is also a governor's appointment, and Ed Finger, who is the nominee from the Speaker of the Assembly. There was a presentation given by David Schmidt from the Department of Employment, Training, and Rehabilitation, as well as various staff presentations relating to economic conditions, statistics on taxable sales and gaming, and some other information that was presented. Normally, and the statute actually mentions that there be updates comparing actual year-to-date general fund revenues to the Economic Forum's most recent forecast, which generally is the gist of the presentation that I give to this body when we are required to do so. Unfortunately, I am not here to give that presentation today because of a number of factors that are going on. Normally, we would have 5 or 6 tables that we would attach to the packet for the Interim Finance Committee. You'll note, beginning on page 359, there is one single table, table 5. And there is a reason for that. And this is a reason that any of you who are on the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Revenue have heard us mention several times this interim. There are a number of collection anomalies related to certain revenues, primarily coming from the Department of Taxation, that have made it difficult for staff to do year-over-year comparisons, and as a result, calculate the actual revenues compared to the forecasts for fiscal year 2026. So as a result, rather than put out misleading information, we are electing only to do the comparison of where year-to-date revenues through the end of the month or a month in FY 2025 compared to that same month in FY 2026. That is the only table that we have been presenting. So there are at least 4 different anomalies or issues that have arisen. I'm not going to go through all of them. We have them summarized in the write-up. But the most significant one, or there are two that are fairly significant in our estimation, and the first deals with the switchover and the implementation of the first phase of Project Mint by the Department of Taxation, which occurred in December of 2024. So the following month, the Department of Taxation reported November 2024 taxable sales as well as statistics for other revenues, including the live entertainment tax, the cigarette tax, the liquor tobacco tax, the other tobacco products tax. And part of the implementation of Mint involved the switching of the date where they were reporting taxable sales and collections from closer to the end of the month to the beginning of the month. And as a result, the November collections for many of these revenues, and most notably sales and use tax, were about half of what we expected them to be. Because they were essentially reporting things 3 weeks or so sooner than they had previously. The Department of Taxation did a catch-up posting at the end of fiscal year 2025 in late August, early September, that will make the comparisons for the full fiscal year between FY 2025 and FY 2026 comparable and apples to apples. But until we get to that point, basically we are comparing a full month of revenue for November to a half in FY 2026 to a half a month in FY 2025. And so it's causing a distortion of that, which would overstate the actual revenues compared to the forecast. The second issue deals with the commerce tax. And this was another computer issue that the Department of Taxation had that was independent of Mint. That tax is an annual tax that is due 45 days after the end of the fiscal year, so in mid-August. So they were receiving returns and theoretically receiving payments, but they had discovered at that point that while they were receiving returns, the computer system that they were using, which is their old system, was somehow not attaching the payments. They weren't actually receiving them. And so by the time the Department of Taxation figured this out, they started working with taxpayers to get those payments resubmitted, and then the cyber attack occurred. And basically that precluded them from actually getting a lot of these payments posted for FY25 until after the close of the fiscal year. So there is approximately $80 million from FY 2025 that is now posted in fiscal year 2026. There are other issues that I'm not going to go through for the sake of time. And even though we have not put out tables indicating where we are compared to the forecast for FY 2026, as we've looked at the numbers and we've done our own analysis as your staff, we believe before tax credits we're approximately $180 million above the forecast because of the commerce tax issue, as well as another issue relating to the sales and use tax and the acceleration of payments that happened earlier in this fiscal year. We believe that those two issues account for approximately $107 million of that amount. So when you take into account the economic conditions and things that are going on, we believe we're about $73 million above the forecast year to date, and that's before the effective tax credits. When we get to the end of the fiscal year and when we start having economic forum meetings in the fall in advance of the required forecast on or before November 15th, we will have tables and statistics on how the full fiscal year did. But until we get to that point, this is the information that we are able to provide to this committee. So again, as I noted, the Economic Forum will be meeting again in the fall in advance of the forecasts that are now required on or before November 15th, which will actually be on or before November 17th of this year because the 15th is on a Sunday. With that, Madam Chair and members of the committee, that's all I really had. That's briefer than usual, but again, given the circumstances, I think that that's probably the appropriate level of detail to give. So I am available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nakamoto. I appreciate the information and the fact that it's shorter than usual after this long day, but I will ask if anybody has any questions. Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, thank you for being here and always with your information. Is there any glaring holes that you see or you have been identified that we should put on our radar as far as moving forward fiscally wise for our state? In other words, is there something that just isn't coming in within a reasonable percent of what has been predicted?
Thank you, Senator Titus, for the question. Michael Nakamoto with Fiscal Analysis Division for the record. In terms of year-to-date collections and the major general fund revenues for FY 2026, there are a couple that are sticking out that aren't performing as well as perhaps we thought they were. The first is treasurer's interest income. I think there was an expectation that interest rates and the balances would be perhaps a bit higher than they are. That is showing as shorter than we anticipated. The other one that we are keeping an eye on is the modified business tax, which is heavily tied to employment and wages, which is not performing to what we thought it was either. And when you start talking about wages or employment being a little softer than you had expected, then that is a signal for us that maybe we should be looking at more broader terms in relating to the economy, but it's fairly close to the forecast as it stands. The two that we were expecting to be fairly soft that are actually doing fairly well right now are the sales and use tax. Once you take away the issues and anomalies that we have previously discussed, that seems to be performing fairly well. Whether that is due to increased visitor activity or higher than anticipated visitor activity, inflation, or any other metrics that you could look at, that is actually performing fairly well. The gaming taxes are actually doing very well as well. Also, to us, it looks like the visitor volume, especially in Las Vegas, is a little stronger than we anticipated, which suggests maybe that activity is starting to pick up a little more than perhaps a lot of people anticipated. Going forward beyond FY 2026 and into 27, 28, and 29, we're obviously keeping an eye on everything. The one that we are probably, or at least I personally am focusing on a little more than all of the rest, deals with the insurance premium tax. I believe Director Weeks from the Health Authority has given a presentation or a number of presentations on the effects of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. And one of the things that she mentioned, at least in the presentation that I saw her recently give, was how the provisions of that would affect payments from Medicaid managed care organizations that would in turn have an effect upon the insurance premium tax. And given the numbers that she was quoting that could be in the neighborhood of $40 million per year of revenue that would be lost to the state general fund, that usually is about what the growth in that tax is. So there could be a fiscal year where instead of that tax growing at a rate of 5% or so, it could be closer to flat. And so there are going to be obviously other things that we look at. And with economic and political conditions seeming to change on a daily basis, both here in Nevada and nationally and internationally, we'll continue to monitor those. But in terms of your question, Senator, those are the ones that kind of come to my mind immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the information, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
Thank you. Additional questions from the committee or comments? Once again, Mr. Nakamoto, thank you for your expertise and your time today. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you
with
again, Madam
that,
Chair.
thank you. So with that, we'll move on to our last agenda item, which is public comment. This is going to be the last period of public comment. So for those of you providing public comment, please, if you are on the phone, dial 888-475-4499. And when asked to enter the meeting ID, it is 833-4664-8367, and then press pound when asked to provide the meeting or your participant ID. So is there anyone here in Las Vegas who would like to give public comment? Anybody in Carson City who would like to give public comment? Anybody on the phone?
To provide public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. You are unmuted and may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jennifer Mullen, that's M-U-L-L-E-N, and I'm here on behalf of my 95-year-old veteran uncle residing at the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home to share details that support a potential future action on an important matter, as I understand it. For nearly a year, eligible veteran residents of the Southern Nevada State Veterans Home have been denied their fully covered VA dental care solely due to their address. The VA dental clinic is willing to treat them, but last summer they discovered there was no shared services agreement, SSA, on file. Excuse me. The VA was forced to cancel all resident appointments, some in mid-treatment, and they alerted SNSVH in writing multiple times, urging them to file this, but nothing was ever filed. Only when I sent a formal demand on May 18th, 2026, did they file, which they are still scrambling to figure out how to create the SSA per recent evidence I have discovered. I also formally requested interim dental coverage, which NDVS denied. These veterans have been told by the nursing home to pay out of pocket. They're suffering dental loss, financial loss, and other complications due to lack of dental care. My uncle's 95 and he doesn't understand why he can't access his VA care. This denial is prompting my direct plea to this committee. These veterans can't wait for the SSA to complete its pipeline. They need interim relief now. I kindly ask if this committee has the authority to direct or encourage NDVS to request emergency funding to cover interim dental care for these veterans while the SSA is being finalized. Also, it's my understanding that state veteran homes receive a higher VA per diem for their 100% disabled residents. If the state is collecting that premium while directing these veterans to pay out of pocket, I respectfully ask, does that per diem cover dental? And if so, where's that money going? And how do we route it back to them? And please, if this agreement ever arrives before you, please fast track it under the health and safety exception, NRS 241.020 subsection 5. These veterans have earned their benefits on the battlefield. They shouldn't have to fight for them in a nursing home. And that's it. And Sarah Kaufman has my contact information for any officials who wish to review any more of my documented research or have any leads for me. And I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. AVH, any additional callers?
Chair, we have no additional callers at this time.
Thank you very much. And with that, that completes our agenda for today. I'd like to thank everyone for spending their day with us and have a nice weekend. And this meeting is adjourned.